Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our care. Amen.
Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I convey to you warm welcome as we return to this chamber to commence the second ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2023 legislative year, since the adjournment of the previous ordinary session of the Assembly in March 2023. As we begin the second ordinary session of 2023, I express my profound gratitude to Allah, the Almighty, for our lives and making it possible for us to interact once again in the service of our dear country and people. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continues to guide us through this session and beyond. Honorable members, may I also recognize your tremendous efforts and commitment to duty, and to the Clerk of the National Assembly Service for the usual support and guidance throughout the process. I urge all of us to keep up the momentum or even do better. Honorable members, it has been a 2-month-long period of local government electoral activities throughout the country. We thank Allah, the Almighty, for seeing us through the process peacefully. This has further manifested our tolerance, respect for divergent opinions, and peaceful coexistence within our democratic space as a people and a nation. Therefore, as Speaker of this National Assembly, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of both sides of the Assembly to all elected representatives of local councils. As this brings us to the end of our electoral cycle, it is now time to put aside our political differences and focus on nation building for our people. Honorable members, by way of an update to this August Assembly, the following acts were passed during the second ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2023 legislative year and assented to by the President of the Republic. Local Government Amendment Act Number 2 of 2023. It was passed on the 23rd March 2023 and assented to by the President on the 23rd April 2023. Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Act Number 3 of the 2023 was passed by this August Assembly on the 27th of March 2023 and assented to by the President on the 23rd of April 2023. the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act number 4 of 2023 was passed on the 28th of March 2023 and assented to by His Excellency the President on the 23rd of April 2023. And 4, State-Owned Enterprises Act number 5 of 2023 was passed by this August Assembly on the 30th of March 2023 and assented to by the President of the Republic on the 25th of April 2023. Honorable members, as published in the order paper for today, His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic will move for the consideration and ratification of a motion, while the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice and other cabinet ministers will also attend to their respective businesses at the appropriate time as scheduled. Honorable members, the approved agenda for this ordinary session has been circulated to all stakeholders concerned. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, is scheduled to deliver his State of the Nation address, SONA, for the 2023 legislative year on Thursday, 8 June 2023. Finally, honorable members, I will urge honorable members to once again take note of the relevant provisions of the Constitution and standing orders of the National Assembly during this ordinary session. I thank you all. Clerk, can we continue?
Correction and approval of the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 30th March 2023.
The record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 25th March, is before us for consideration. Sorry, 30th March is before us for consideration, correction, and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Thursday, 30th of March 2023 be considered for approval and correction. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member for Opanyomi. It has been moved. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable member for Joshua and constituency.
Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the proceedings, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of 30th March 2023 be considered and approved. Honorable members, any who may want to make any corrections or observations may now do so. Honorable members, we all have copies of the record of votes and proceedings. As usual, we will look at it page by page, beginning with page 1. Any comments, observations? It's open for you to make it now. Page 1. No comments on page 1. We move to page 2. All right, honorable members, we now move to page 3. Honorable member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much. On page 3, on the item 2, the paragraph Honorable Fatu Cham, the next line says Sankun Dampa. And I believe the spelling of Dampa is not accurate. It should be M instead of N. Just use.
On page 3, after the list of members, number 2, where you have Honorable Fatu Kiam, member for Sani Mentoring. The second line, the first name there is Sankung Damfa. Instead of D-A-N, it should be D-A-M. Noted. Any more observations on page 3? Honorable members, we now move to page 4. Honorable member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Likely the same issue on the motion without notice. Page 4. The first sentence, Honorable Suwaibu Ture. The I is missing between A and I. Suwaibu. Thank you.
Honorable members, on page 4, motion without notice, order 53, Honorable Suwaibu Ture should read S-U-W-A-I. The I is missing. Honorable Ture, are we right? Noted. Any more observations or comments on page 4?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, on the page 4.
Upper Fuladu?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the page 4, where you have questions put and agreed to, that 10 minutes be, is it allocated to each member on the adjournment debate? But I'm seeing allotted. Is correct? Okay. Fair.
Allotted, I think is correct. Honorable members, I think we now move to page 5.
Yes.
Honorable, pardon?
No, you said Banjul Central.
Banjul Central is also on.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
After Banjul Central, Jara Central, you can take the floor. Yes?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the debate continued, within the list, number 21, Honorable Abdullah Njai for Banjul Central, not Banjul North.
Second to last name, number 21, Abdullah Njai of Banjul Central. Honorable member for Jara, is it Jara East?
Jara Central.
Jara Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 5. On page 5, look at number Number 3, the spelling for Lamin J. Sane. Number 3. Yeah.
The I should be moved to after M. Am I right? Lamin. Honorable members, number 3 on page 5, Honorable Lamin J. Sane should be Lamin, not Laimn. Noted. Honorable member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 5, number 7. Damfa, instead of NDAMPHA, it is spelled DANPHA.
Yeah, noted.
Yeah.
Honorable members, on the same page, number 7, Honorable Sankung Damfa should be DAM and not DAN. And wherever it occurs, you make those corrections. Honorable nominated member, Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the problem has been solved by the applicant, which is Mr. Damfa himself. It has been corrected. Thank you.
Honorable member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you. For number 9 as well, Honorable Bakari K. Baji. It's a Foni Bintang Karani. It's Nai, A-I, instead of just I. Foni.
Members, number 9, Bakari K. Baji. The consequence is Foni Bintang Karanai. Karanai. Thank you. Noted. Honorable members, we now move to page 6. Yes? Minority, on page 5? Page 5. Your mic?
Number 20, sorry. Where we have Banjul North, Ablai. Oh, that's the second one, okay.
Number 21, you mean? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. We now move to page 6, honorable members. Honorable members, we now move to page 7, the last page. Honorable member for Sabak Sanyal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If you look at page 7, at the last line, it says at 20 minutes after 11 o'clock in the morning, the assembly was adjourned, sign and die. I think it shouldn't be in the morning. It should be in the evening. Thank you.
Honorable members, the last line on page 7, instead of 11 o'clock in the morning, it should be 11 o'clock at night. Am I right? What jargon do you use? Huh? At 11 o'clock in the evening. let's get one jargon that we'll be using throughout.
We have been using in the evening.
We have been using evening. Okay? In English, there is difference between evening and night. Evening has it's all incorporating. Anytime from is it 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock, you call it evening. Anyway, we put 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the evening, huh? Any more on page 7? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 30th March 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Clerk, can we proceed?
Bill, Order 65, first reading of the following bills. Legal Practitioner Amendment Bill 2023 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice. 2, Intellectual Property Bill 2023 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable Clerk, can we have them one at a time? We have the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023 first. Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023 will be done today. Therefore, I now invite the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister for Justice, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Honorable Speaker, motion.
Legal Practitioner Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023 is appointed for Thursday, 15th June 2023.
Motion, please.
For the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Thank you. Clerk, can we proceed? Yes?
Intellectual...
Sorry, Clerk. There is a Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm standing Order 53K. Honorable Speaker, in March 2022, during question and answer session, the Honorable Minister for Justice promised to provide details of bias for former President Jammeh's properties
of which he failed to do so. Rising.
Honorable member, that's not the appropriate time.
Yes, it's a motion without notice.
Pardon?
It's a motion without notice on Standing Order 53K.
You are standing on Order 53K.
A. Yes, please. K, 53K. K.
Honorable member for Bakau, you saying Order 53K. Am I right? Order 53 says is motions which may be made without notice. And they say the following motions may be made without notice. And the K reads a motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency. Yes, agreed by the Speaker. Have I agreed? Honorable member, have I agreed? You should have just said, honorable member, you would have said you are standing up to order so and so. And when I read it, you will wait for me to say, I say, come up with your motion. Then I will agree to say that motion is of importance or not. That decision now lies with me. It's not a unilateral decision where you can just put it. You agree? Somebody was disagreeing. You all agree now. Okay. What I was going to say, honorable member, is at the end of a process like that, you can come up with your motion, and then we deal with your motion. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I'm trying to put us in order. I think the appropriate method could have been he should really put in the picture first to know the content of the motion. He's trying. No, wait.
Honorable members, sorry,
I am on my feet. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I still have the floor. Honorable Speaker, he's no. Out. I'm having...
Honorable members, please order.
Yeah.
Honorable members, honorable majority, just a minute. Honorable members, I've always tried to remind ourselves that we are here and bounded by our own regulations. Whether we like it or not, whether I like it or not, those regulations are to regulate us here. So whatever somebody may say, whether you agree or disagree, allow the person to say it, and together we will look at it. Is it in conformity with the rules or not? And then we will rule on it. But if you don't want somebody to say what his mind, and you want to come up, he will also not want you to listen. He will not like to listen to you, and we will be in chaos. Let's be very patient to allow people to express their opinions. We'll make a ruling on it. Please.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
What I'm saying, 53K said a motion agreed by Speaker. My issue, he stood on 53, motion without notice. That is in order. But it also incumbent upon him to read out his motion, tantamount to your acceptance or not. You must know what the motion is about. He must read out his motion that he's trying to put across. Upon reading the motion, no, please, I'm a speaker. Upon reading his motion, then you now look at it, whether to agree or not, no rather than just putting the motion straight to the point. Thank you.
Honorable member for Bakau. Okay, honorable member for Bakau and honorable members, if I heard you well, I think it was a demand on the Justice Minister to provide something for members. And that's the motion you want to move, subject to my accepting it as, demands from Parliament should be taken seriously when we request. It's unfortunately, for all of us, I've just been informed that those documents, those requests were met by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. In fact, it is here with the Office of the Clerk. I think Sayan Dobang, Portugal Ninjan Cholis, Jamano Banta Junale. So the Office of the Clerk has copies, and they were just thinking whether they could have waited or they should have distributed it. So I know so far we have got the copies. The copies will be given to members. Pardon? Yeah, it will depend on the number of copies they have. But they will make sure that they provide it as soon as is possible. But so far they are in custody. Clerk and the Office of the Clerk will make sure that members have it as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Even if it is now, as soon as possible. So thank you, Honorable Member for Bakau. I think that satisfies you, huh? Member for Bakau. Okay. I think we can now proceed. Banjul South, is your tag up?
Yes, it is up, Mr. Speaker. Point of clarification. Was it requested to be brought to the floor or to be given to the MPs in private, because this should be a public matter. It should be brought to the floor and given to us on the floor. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It's not here the member is satisfied on his motion. It was a motion that was laid in the floor. Whether you agree on the motion or you disagree, you will let us know. You preside over it, not for him. This is a general matter that we request from the minister, and he doesn't bring it forward. It. So let us know whether the motion was agreed or not. Or he withdraw it. Let him withdraw it. Then let him have a second motion, then we go on. Or you allow the member to speak on his motion. I think.
Are you saying, Honorable Member for Lower Salu, are you saying that the motion proposed to be tabled by him is either to be agreed or disagreed upon by members?
Yes, it was not seconded. It was not seconded.
Yeah, but we are not dealing with the motion. What we are doing is, the motion has to be read for me to understand, and then to grant that that will happen. But so far, I have known the content of the motion. I am reliably informed by the office of the clerk that that motion is not necessary. The Honorable Minister had already submitted those documents. It should be.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, there are two sides to the coin. The motion, after you make me know the motion, I can either say, no, let it wait, it is not urgent, or I say you go ahead. But what I've said is, there is a purpose for the motion. And that purpose, I believe, is to get your request done by the Honorable Minister. And that we are told that the ball is in our court. Those documents are here with us. Do you follow me? Now, we now have the member for BANJUL North. You were asking whether it should be tabled.
It's BANJUL South, Mr. Speaker.
BANJUL South, sorry. Whether it should be tabled or it should be distributed. Was that a question? BANJUL.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very unfair to preempt and make a decision on a motion that has not been laid. You can be advised after the motion is laid, and it is up to you to agree or not to agree. But it must be on record that this motion has been laid and it's stated on Hansard. I think you should give honorable members the due respect if they have motion to table the motion, and it is at your discretion to either agree or to not agree. It is also very unfair for the chair to advise you not to accept a motion to be laid. We have every right to lay a motion that we believe that will serve our country at the best interest of whoever has been elected to come and sit. So I think, Mr. Chair, allow us to exercise our rights that we are given by the electorate. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Member, I don't think when you make your statement, you don't say it's very unfair. Honorable, please, you were speaking when we listened. I don't think you need to make those statements, it's unfair or fair or whatever, blaming people. You are talking about an opinion which may differ from mine on some other people. Please. What we are saying is, a motion, that motion, knowing what I know, if he wants to read it, I can just tell him it's not urgent, and it will not be read. No, this is what I'm saying. So how would I allow him that?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Bakau. Honorable Member for Bakau, are you around? Yeah. What is your position on the motion? Are you satisfied with what has been ruled on? Or
My friend, respect the chair.
You are satisfied? Okay, thank you. Can we proceed?
Intellectual Property Bill 2023. by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Clerk, can we proceed?
Intellectual Property Bill 2023 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 will be done today. Therefore, I now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Attorney General. Clerk.
Intellectual Property Bill 2023.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 is appointed for Thursday, 15th June 2023, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Clerk, can we continue?
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the Constitution of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, July 2018, by His Excellency the Vice President.
I now invite the Honorable Vice President to move the motion.
The International Civil Defense Organization is an intergovernmental entity with a mandate to contribute to a state's development by providing protection and assistance of its population and safeguarding property and the environment. The ICDO supports member states, national civil defense and disaster management institutions and systems, as well as emergency services in their efforts to prepare and respond to natural and man-made disasters. The ICDO contributes to the improvement of civil defense and disaster management agencies and structured by providing technical assistance, consulting, training, and access to an international network of experts specialized in the prevention and management of disasters. On a structural level, structurally, this organization evolved from an association in 1931 to a non-governmental organization in 1958, and to its current form, an international organization in 1972, with the entry into force of its constitution. The organization has a history of over 90 years. The organization has broadened its scope from the protection of civilians and historical monuments in wartime to the protection of people, property, and the environment against natural and man-made disasters. In the same vein, in the face of climate change characterized by seasonal malfunctions with surprise effects on community planning, the ICDO has developed forecasting mechanisms based on information technologies to reduce the vulnerability of people exposed to disasters to have become recurrent, increasingly violent and devastating, as well as risks, to some of which are emerging only now. The ICDO comprises 3 bodies: the General Assembly, the Executive Council, and the Permanent Secretariat. The ICDO has a long record of achievements in building the managerial and physical capacity of member and non-member states to deal with its disaster risks. Furthermore, as part of its response preparedness, particularly in terms of proactive decision-making by its communities at risk, the ICDO has developed a permanent monitoring tool, the International Monitoring and Coordination Center, with branches in certain countries. The center provides states with information on the situation regarding risk of disaster and offers related training. The ICDO contributes to enhance the capacity building of civil defense national systems. This is usually done through theoretical and practical training, technical support, sharing best practices through participation to exhibitions and field exercises, and also provide humanitarian assistance. ICDO has 60 member countries, 16 observer states, and 20 affiliated members. Out of this, total member countries are more than 28 countries are from Africa, including Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mauritania, Togo, Benin, etc. Mr. Speaker, the annual subscription to ICDO is 21,000 Swiss francs. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, it has been moved. Any seconder? Hey. Yeah, I'm fine. Honorable members, any seconder? Woolley East?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion and also to make a contribution. Honorable Speaker, International Civil Defense Organization, as the Minister has said, or the Vice President has said, has given meaningful support to many countries that were afflicted with disaster. And the recent experience is Turkey, when it had earthquake, serious earthquake in that country, which has affected almost a whole region. But the ICDO had done a tremendous job there. And we also know a country like Azerbaijan, which is in fact in a war, was able to construct almost 1,000 houses for Turkey. So, and that is through ICDO's collaboration. So I am inclined to believe that this is very crucial, that the Gambia ratifies this very important constitution, so that through cooperation with other countries, we'll be able to build our capacity, to be able to benefit from the capacity building, as well as also support other countries during time of disaster. Honorable Speaker, we also know that ICDO has partners, very strong partners, like Immersion of Russia, which also jointly coordinates some of the programs of humanitarian projects in other countries. Yes, ICDO, like he said, is not a new thing. And he mentioned all those countries, which are in fact in our own region. These are countries that have already ratified this and they have been benefiting from it. So it's like this is long overdue for us to join this very important organization. So I see this DO is the coordinating, like he said, is the coordinator, coordinates this thing and facilitates projects. But my problem is that joining an organization like this does not mean that you just join and then fold your hands. You also have responsibility to do. The ICDO is coordinating national civil defense services. Do we have a national civil defense service? If we have it, how strong is it? How strengthened is it? If it is not strong, what do we need to do to strengthen it? That is our responsibility. So if we join ICDO, we must also create our own civil defense and strengthen it so that whatever support that comes their way will only go to strengthen them further through whatever technical assistance, etc., etc. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm just going to call on my fellow members, my colleagues, to not waste much time on this one, but to ratify. On that note, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woole East. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the Constitution of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, July 2018. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who may wish to take part may now do so. Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank His Excellency, the Vice President, for laying this motion, which is very important and timely. As the organization is an intergovernmental organization, which plays a very key important role in coordinating and building the capacity of institutions and organizations in member countries. And I think this is very important. And one of the key functions is to deal with issues of man-made disaster that are in member countries, and if the Gambia joint will be part of it. As we are currently prone to man-made disaster in this country, most of the things that are happening are because people are not adhering to the planning rules in our country, and that is making a lot of problems when disaster occurs in this country. One key area that is very important is we are going to be part of an international body that will be able to look at issues that are related to disaster. And the key things to do that and to curb that thing happening in our country is the involvement and the training of the people that are responsible of disaster matters in this country. And I think this is very key. We have seen what has happened over the last successive years when it comes to dealing with disaster issues in this country. The issue of capacity is always a problem. And one key fundamental thing that this organization is going to stand out to help the people of this country to build their capacities and be able to help them plan well to ensure that when this occurs, they will be able to do this, that they do the right thing and enable those who are suffering to get out of the mess that had happened. And it does not only stop there. When it comes to the reconstruction of disaster when it happens, it is going to be an avenue that will also build the skills of people who are going to be doing that work and to ensure that the right thing is done at the right time. And I think these are issues that we need to do. But one key thing that is also very important, I think the Disaster Management Agency
should be on top of things, and how do you work with the civil defense systems in this country to ensure that the principles of the organization and linking it up with other agencies that are part of these processes will enable the Gambians to better situate ourselves and help us to be able to do things that are there for all of us. Honorable Speaker, I think it is very key, but one important thing that I want His Excellency, the Vice President, to take care of is to ensure that if we become members, we fulfill our statutory contributions to these international agencies. We cannot just be there as members and we are not meeting our statutory obligations, because when we do, we are just going to be there as passive members. We will not be able to contribute into the structures that are being set up by the agency, and we will not have a voting right and we will not have a say in the implementation of those programs. So I think that is very key and it's very important. So, Honorable Speaker, and we have been saying this here, I'm not sure whether the Ministry of Finance, their representatives are here, so that if the Assembly adopts this thing, they should be able to take it back to the Ministry to ensure that they allocate funds to meet the requirements of paying the annual contribution to this organization. Because if we do not do, we are not going to be part of the decision-making process, and that is going to make it very difficult for us as an organization, as a country, and we are going deep into this disaster risk management, which has become a lot of problems. Most of these disasters that have happened over the last 3 years, you still have people who are queuing to wait for assistance to come from the Ministry, the Disaster Management Agency through the Office of the Vice President. So I think to be part of this sort kind of international organization and body, that will help us to reach to where we are and ensure that those people who have been very uncomfortable over the last couple of years are dealt with immediately to ensure that they work amicably and help solve their problem. So, Honorable Speaker, as alluded by the member for Woodley West, I also want to join him and also all our colleagues to ratify and support this thing and then approve the membership of the Gambia to this very important organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo South. I now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I wouldn't take much time because I think members that have taken the floor before me has really done justice to the document. I also want to stand on existing protocol to recognize the Vice President and also thank him for fulfilling a constitutional requirement. Section 79 reads that this is the only approving authority for Gambia to enter into any agreement or ratification of any agreement or any instrument. That is what we are doing currently. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I went through this document and I've seen the evenness in terms of representation. It's more democratic. It's more even in terms of representation. We've seen whereby some agreements whereby member states are being judged based on their sizes. But this, irrespective of your land mass or your land size, irrespective of your population, you have only one voice at the General Assembly. That speaks really volume. It speaks the neutrality. It speaks the democratic principle that the convention uphold. And I think Gambia, no matter how small our size is, we are a nation and we should be treated in that manner. And having said that, Honorable Speaker, I also want to join the LS people that spoke before me to call on colleagues not to really waste time on this. It is self-explanatory and then up to the point. There is need for capacity building, and Gambia should not be left out. We should make sure that we capacitize our military and civil defense and our Air Force. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, in some jurisdictions, we've seen military men in uniform engaging in construction. And there is no bad in trying to capacitize your men in uniform to acquire other skills, not only necessarily the armor skills, but to also acquire other professional skills to help mitigate some unforeseen circumstances. We've seen flooding, we've seen erosion, and climate change is a reality, and states need to be prepared in terms of natural disasters that might struck you at any time. So with the unpredictable and unwavering climate change that we're experiencing as a continent, I think it's important and it's very apt for us to associate ourselves to this particular international civil defense organization so that Gambia could benefit. As they said, it's long overdue, but it's better to be late than never. And we're here as proud Gambians, raising our heads high, that we are ready as parliamentarians to help government ratify this particular instrument for Gambia to benefit for generations yet unborn. So, Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to urge my colleagues, it's a very straight and simple instrument. We count on their support for its ratification. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Then equally, I want to extend my thanks to the mover of the motion, that's the Vice President, His Excellency, the Vice President. Well, I don't have much to say. Initially, I was with the opinion of referring this to a committee, but after hearing some of the reasons from members, I think it is something which you know that we just have to give it a blessing straightforward. But regardless, we have to critically look at it and see whether it is good for the people that we represent. Hearing the name International Civil Defense Organization, my mind goes straight to defense and security, but going through the document, I realized this have to deal with more, civilian issues. So, Honorable Speaker, I have no option but to support it. It is a very timely treaty to come before us because having gone through it, look at it, it was first drafted agreed and signed in Monaco, the year of the Lord, 1966, if I understand. So this is a long time. So us ratifying it here today is definitely very timely. And if you look at the functions of the ICDO, just briefly, as I have highlighted, first of all, it federates national civil defense services, which is very good, represent them at international level, and also contributes to the creation and reinforcement of national civil defense structures. One might ask what national civil defense structures we have in country, but I think we have the National Disaster Management Agency, and which is under the office of the Vice President. So I think it is something which you know that we just have to reinforce and then make it look better, to make sure we incorporate all these things, because we know, and then we are year in, year out affected by disaster, being it man-made and being it natural, but mostly natural disasters in this area that we live in. And it also said it extends technical assistance and then also consultancy, and then we know we have a disaster agency in this country. Definitely we have very good personnel there whom I have worked with, because my committee, the health committee, perform oversight over this agency. So it's not a mistake that we have such personnel there. But honestly, at one time, you will also agree with me that we need more capacity, we need more training for some of these personnel, because they are posted in all regions. We have regional disaster officers in all the regions, and also sometimes even in districts. So capacitizing them continuously, because the issues of climate change have it's dynamic, it keeps on changing, things keep changing every time. Every now and then you see man-made disasters coming up. So we need to be on alert, and our personnel need to be equipped with the latest information and also latest technology to make sure whatever that happens, we respond quickly. So, and then also the set designs and then and develop training. This is also very welcoming. So, Honorable Speaker, definitely, I urge all my honorable colleagues, even despite the fact that I know many of us are just coming from long trips, some of us have not gone through this document. Let us give this a blessing because it's a very simple and straightforward document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to give my support to this constitution, that's the ratification of the constitution of the ICDO. Essentially, Honorable Speaker, the Gambia, our country, is trying to be part of a bigger organization that would assist on issues relating to natural or man-made disasters. I think it's very clear, particularly about man-made disasters, like we have seen what's going on around the world. And we've also been very concerned about climate change, which is actually real. And I think we are working on adaptation measures as far as also to build resilience to mitigate such issues. And I think it's going to be very important that as a country, we become part of these bigger organizations where we can get support in terms of capacity building, in terms of working together, because disasters can hit anybody at any time. So and I think this is really a very good move by the Vice President to bring such to the House for the ratification. Honorable Speaker, I think it's also important that, and as much as we want to join many organizations, it's also equally important that we have to take care of our obligations. If you look at our budget, oftentimes, you will see that we have a lot of outstanding payments to international organizations. And those things actually affect us in terms of voting rights, in terms of even employing Gambians in those organizations. Sometimes because of we have failed in our obligations to pay, and it actually affects us. So in as much as we want to join, let's also join with the mindset that we want to fulfill all the financial obligations that is before us to do. And I think it's important that the Vice President capture those in his budget when it comes to the Parliament and ensure that the Minister of Finance provide the necessary funding to make those payments. Otherwise, it's as good as not even joining, because some of the rights that you need to enjoy will not be enjoyed when you are not paying. So I think let's ensure that also we support these ministries to ensure that the financial obligations of this international organization actually are met, beginning with our own self here. So I want to give my full support to this ratification, and I don't think it needs a lot of debate. It is very straightforward. And again, this was already in force since 1972, when most of us are not even born. But this is the 2018 versions. So since it has been, have the 2018 version, which is really very straightforward, I think we'll give the necessary support. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I thank the mover of the motion, the Honorable Vice President, who has been my boss for several years, a great planner for that matter. Well, my questions will be, my intervention will be more of questions, because I don't want to pretend I read these documents clearly and understood it. I just picked this today, and I have to be very honest. I didn't go over it thoroughly, likewise any other member here. So my intervention will be more of questions. Of course, nobody read this here thoroughly and understand it. Now, my global understanding of civil defense will be to protect civilians from military attack, as well as to provide rescue services after national and human-made disasters. These are the two key functions of civil defense forces. Now, my two questions will be, how will this particular institution reinforce or help the services of the National Disaster Management Agency? Because what we should do as National Assembly members or as government is not to have an institution. We created another institution, so there'll be constant role, clash, and conflict. So I want to be very clear of that. How will it reinforce support national disaster management, which is already an established organization? Now, my second question will be, are we going to have a civil defense force? By way of this civil defense force, whether they'll be wearing uniform, they'll be holding equipment, because they can be abused. These are my fears. Having them wearing uniforms, state institutions can be abused. So I want to be very clear with these two questions. How will they help the services of National Disaster Management Agency? And also, are we going to have another force, which will be called Civil Defense Force, wearing uniform, holding tear gases, etc., etc.? These are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Vice President. I think we are meeting at the first time since his appointment, but also like to remind him that he has a big step to fill, considering the respect and the way his predecessor worked as a Vice President, and it can be attested after his death by what everybody said about him. So, Mr. Vice President, we are watching you and we expect you to be like him. Thank God you are from my constituency, so you can put me on the right path, and likewise I will also hold you if I see you going astray, which I have already started seeing during the past elections where I've seen you campaigning. But notwithstanding, I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a good motion. And I expect, like all my colleagues have mentioned, it's something that we will support, but also something that we would monitor to make sure that the right things are done, like the Honorable Member for Upper Salum have mentioned. Let us not just agree, approve on something, and then let it sleep and allow it to gather dust on our shelves. Mr. Speaker, it says the objective is to contribute to the development by states of structure ensuring the protection and assistance of populations and safeguarding property and the environment in the face of natural and man-made disasters. Mr. Speaker, we all know of climate change and the effect it has by what we as man have been inducing in the environment. Mr. Vice President is sitting here. We've seen last July, August, how our cities were affected by natural disaster. And all that was man-made, induced by how we have constructed, how we have allowed our environment to deteriorate by our own selfish want and need to develop our own selfish desires. Mr. Speaker, we need to safeguard our properties and the environment, and it should start from government investing. As a parliament, we try to form a group on climate change, and we are going to introduce it to this August Assembly for it to have your blessing so that we can join our colleagues around the world to ensure that our climate, our environment is protected, because the environment has no boundaries. It has no country demarcations. What affects a country would affect everywhere, because there are no boundaries when it comes to climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I give this my blessing, and also give the Honorable Vice President to go back and ensure that when the budget comes, there is proper investment to protect our environment. And that also must start in protecting our own people who are our children, invest in the environment, but also invest in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleague to thank the Vice President, His Excellency, for coming up with this timely motion before us. Definitely, I think this is very important and is commendable. Much of the areas where I want to emphasize has been alluded to by the previous speakers, but I still want to emphasize the other aspect, which is the contribution. So I have a little question in connection to the contribution, whether it's an annual or like every 2 years, and how frequent are we going to be persistently contributing to this particular contribution in order for us to become an active members of this association, which is extremely very important. Because as alluded to by the previous speakers, without which our effort of being part of this international civil defense organization is going to be useless. Since we are a country that is very vulnerable, we have a lot of contracting parties that have different strength. But if you look at our geopolitical entity, we are subject to a lot of issues of vulnerability. Particularly, we are heading towards the rainy season. Anytime there is heavy downpour, most of the area submerges, and this really affects the greater Banjul area and the country at large. So for us to benefit this thing, we have to be a full member by annually contributing. So how much are we contributing? So I'm looking at the financing component of this thing. How much are we contributing on annual basis? And we have to look at this anytime the budget session is coming. We have to make sure that these are captured. Since rectifying this thing, we cannot make anything, any changes on this constitution. So like you look at it like the Article 15, entry into force. Subject to the provision of Part 3, the Commission shall remain open to the state for the signature or acceptance. And Article 52, the Constitution shall come into force when 10 states have become parties to this. So which means if you have a sizable number like 10, it will become into force. So for us to be there, I think is important, and we really appreciate you coming, taking this bold step. And the other aspect is that is the trading component which this institution has, because most of the disasters that we are subjected to are man-made, like the fire incidents that have been occurring. So training of the members of the disaster department, especially the staffs within the rural Gambia, is very, very key. And we can do everything humanly possible to make sure that we access those funds to train our people in order to avoid the imagined disaster that will come on our way. Other than that, I am fully in support of accepting this particular motion, and I believe all of us will agree to this thing. It's non-controversial. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover, Excellency the Vice President, to respond to the issues raised and the wind of the debate.
Let me first of all acknowledge the compliments from the Honorable Member for Banjul South for my appointment. Is much appreciated. I also want to, I know that we are stepping into big shoes, but we hope that God help us in trying to do our best. And I think that's the least we can do, just to do our best. Honorable Speaker, I think I also want to thank all the members for their support for this. Let me also agree with a lot of the members in saying that becoming members of such organization also is not just the financial contribution, which is, as the Honorable for Birkama South said, is annual. Is the annual contribution. We know that we have problems with the Minister of Finance in contribution in other organizations, but we have tasked ourselves to continue to make sure that these contributions are paid regularly. As members have already said, if we fail in our contributions, that means we are also left out. The first thing is you lose your voting rights, and the other thing, as the honorable member for Upper Salum has said, it also enables us to compete as far as the positions in the organization are concerned. If you don't contribute, then that means you cannot be, your members cannot be employed in those organizations. It's not just the financial contribution, but all other benefits that can come with it. And as we have said, it also enables us to access the support that is given by the organization. Gambia is a small country, our economy is small, but we can also rely on these organizations to enhance our capacity. I think the member for Larikuna Saviji, this is not bringing any new structure. I want to respectfully remind members that there actually exists a disaster management council, which is responsible for the policy as far as the NDMA is concerned. And that council includes other members, including civil society and the private sector. So this is the body that actually provides the governance as far as NDMA is concerned. But this is just to enable us access whatever support that is coming from these organizations. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I think I have covered, because a lot of the others were just supporting the motion, so I beg to leave.
Thank you very much. Let me thank Excellency the Vice President for ably moving the motion and, of course, responding to issues raised by honorable members, and thank all honorable members who have contributed to the motion. Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the Constitution of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, July 2018. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we continue to the next?
Motion. Be resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia and the Government of the Republic of Türkiye on military training cooperations by the Honorable Minister for Defense.
May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Defense to table his motion.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members of this August National Assembly. Good morning to you all. Motion to consider and ratify the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia and the Government of the Republic of Türkiye on military training cooperation. Honorable Speaker, I rise to submit for the consideration and ratification of this August National Assembly an agreement between the governments of the Republic of the Gambia and the Government of the Republic of Türkiye on military training cooperation. Members of this Assembly will no doubt agree with me that the Republic of Türkiye
continue to be a strategic and valued partner in the Gambia's socio-economic development aspirations. This agreement is therefore key in enhancing and broadening the military knowledge, capacity building, and efficiency of members of the Gambia Armed Forces. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency, the President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces has given approval for the ratification of the Agreement on Military Training Cooperation between the Gambia and Turkey. The Agreement on Military Training Cooperation is marked improvement on the other agreements the Gambia had with Turkey. Under the agreement, the government of Turkey has offered to undertake the responsibility to support the Gambia in the fields of military training and other capacity building for members of the Gambia Armed Forces to be trained in Turkish military institutions. Honorable Speaker, the government of Turkey has, by this agreement, once again demonstrated that it is a true friend of the Gambia. The agreement will give the Gambia the opportunity to redirect the funds meant for training costs and payment of allowances to Gambian military students in Turkey to finance other aspects of training for the armed forces to maximize our objectives in terms of training. Honorable Speaker, the agreement on military training cooperation will facilitate skills development and enhance professionalism in the armed forces and promote efficiency. Honorable Speaker, let me also announce that between the end of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022, 500 Gambian Armed Forces military personnel were provided with advanced military training in general peacekeeping and military operations by the Republic of Turkey, including transportation, airlifting them with special military aircraft, C-130, payment of subsistence allowances during their stay in Turkey. And all training expenses were also met by the Republic of Turkey. The estimated cost of these activities was about 3.5 million United States US dollars. Within the context of our training protocols that was signed also since 1991, more than 7,500 military personnel were trained in the Gambia between 1991 and 2005 by the Turkish gendarmerie training teams. And this also, they have provided sufficient military equipment that was grants were made to logistic support activities. They were carried out during the course of these activities. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, it is quite evident that the Republic of Turkey and the Republic of the Gambia share a very rich bilateral relationship and a long-standing cordial military-to-military engagement. On its part, the government of the Gambia remains committed to strengthening the bond, and it is our firm belief that if ratified, this agreement before the August Assembly will become a critical enabler of the cordial military-to-military engagement of both countries. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I wish to reassure the National Assembly that this agreement is balanced and it augurs well with the spirit of desiring to improve friendly relations and cooperation that happily exists between the Gambia and Turkey in the field of military training. Indeed, I have no doubt that both the Gambia and Turkey also stand to benefit immensely from this. On this note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Defense. Any second honorable members? Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to second the motion. Honorable Minister for Defense, thank you very much for bringing up this motion. I'm not a security personnel, but hearing your statement and briefly going through this and then knowing, following the updates on media regarding the Gambia Armed Forces and even the police by extension. And then also having traveled to Turkey once on POIC on these security issues, I have no doubt this agreement is going to benefit both countries very well. That one I can say freely. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I just want to urge each and every one of us, please let's support this agreement and let us not even debate much about it, because having consulted also the chair for the Defense and Security Committee, if assured me this is very good, and then the committee is satisfied with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Turkey on military training cooperation. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member may now wish to contribute. We start with the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister of Defense for once again laying this timely agreement, I could say the training cooperation. I was wondering if it didn't came at the right time when Turkey were just from elections. So I believe, thank God, the same president won. And I believe there will be not much, emphasis laid onto this. It's just like the same government, the same setup. So I believe so. It is timely, and I think it is in the right direction for this wonderful engagement. We all know for certainty, Honorable Speaker, Turkey is an allied force that is definitely contributing a lot to the Gambian army and their dependence so far the military cooperations and operations are concerned in the areas of key aspects. Honorable Speaker, if you go to page 2, where you have field article, page 2, where you have fields of cooperation, there are key areas that are very, very important in which we believe the Gambia Armed Forces is currently, and as per the agreement, will also continue the same status quo in those areas where you talk of military cooperations and contact visits. And again, also exchange of, page 3, exchange of personnel for professional development purpose. You could rate it in the Gambia Armed Forces, where you could see a lot of army officials ranging from various ranks. Some of them are degree holders, thanks to Turkey. Some of them are also master's holders, thanks to the Turkey government. So I believe we are on track. And when you go to page 4, also the area of training conditions. The training conditions are well stipulated, and I think this is one of the key issues that we all should, support this agreement, and fourthly, at least work towards ascertaining our agreement to this, and make sure we see a military that will also be recognized, a military that will also enjoy a lot of issues that we think Turkey is. You go to the training school in Fajara Barracks, the Turkey instructors, attaches that are doing, they're doing a wonderful job. They're taking it as if it is their country. And I believe more so when our soldiers are sent to Turkey, is the same situation that they face. And as what Honorable Minister has just said, about 500 soldiers, just of recent, were blessed to attend a training in Turkey. So I think this is one of the best cooperation. Turkey is not a colony to the Gambia, but what they are doing, it's one of the best bilaterals that we can ever get so far military engagements are concerned. So I also want to ask a question to the Honorable Minister. We do see, if you go to the area of financial agreement, you know, Gambia Armed Forces personnel, sometimes we hear those complaints. We want the minister to help us, clear this to us. When they are sent, how is their allowances processed? And again, also their payment mode. Sometimes they do complain that their allowances are not paid on time. And when they come, they will be following towards payment of their allowances as per their stay. Sometimes very difficult for them. So I want the minister to elaborate in that regard. Apart from that, everything is sorted. And I think all honorable members to bless this agreement for the future of the Gambia Armed Forces and the country at large. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jokadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also thank the Honorable Minister for Defense for bringing this important agreement in this August Assembly. Let me also take the opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Tayyip Erdogan of Republic of Turkey on his recent re-election victory. Honorable Speaker, this agreement is very good for our country because Turkey is a country that we all know is definitely galloping, going faster in terms of development in all areas. And they were friends of this country for quite a long time now. They have benefited, the Gambia has benefited a lot from Turkey. So bringing this agreement before us, I think, is something that is commendable. Because in any country, there can be no meaningful development if the security is slack. Any development is anchored on the existence of a robust security force. And for us ratifying this agreement will definitely help our security men and women in uniform to be able to execute their functions and duties enshrined upon them by the Constitution of this Gambia. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I'm urging my colleagues, let us not waste time in ratifying this agreement because it is going to be something very useful for our security men and women. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jokadu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Defense, for tabling this before this August Assembly. Honorable Minister, having heard from you, I realized that this agreement, we are the chief beneficiaries. The government of the Gambia is the chief beneficiary of this agreement, as we stand to benefit more than the other party. Honorable Speaker, for us to have efficient and effective military, we really need prerequisite knowledge and skills that will enable the men to perform their duties up to standard, and which the coming of this training package, I believe, the men in uniform, the military, will take this as a golden opportunity to improve their skills in terms of performing their duties with desire for motherland. Honorable Speaker, Turkey in many aspects have been benefiting us. In the case of police department, I am privileged to be informed that some police personnel left this jurisdiction yearly, year out to attend training in Turkey. Some of them today have their master's degrees in relative security fields. If this agreement is to go by its requirements being presented to us, such opportunities will be also available to our military personnel. As the Honorable Minister rightly stated, 500 have just concluded training in various fields of security. That is, in essence, going to add value to our security footings in this country. As we know, the development of any nation anchors on the security. If the security is weak, the other sectors will be prioritized. Having said that, I join the colleagues who have spoken to give blessing to this agreement, and I urge members to follow suit on same line. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala constituency. I now invite the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I would also like to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this motion to ratify the agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Turkey on the military training cooperation, which was signed way back 17 March 2021. I wonder why it has taken more than 2 years for it to be ratified. As earlier on alluded, already, even before the ratification, the Gambia, as mentioned earlier on, is benefiting from the military cooperation, acquiring training from Turkey. Honorable Speaker, I think gone are the days when we have to believe that the military is meant for dropouts. Military is a field that requires high-level education, skills, and experience. And this cannot be obtained at the normal, conventional education only. You have to undergo thorough military training. If we don't have such facilities within the country, we need to get that cooperation with other countries. And exactly Turkey has been that partner with the Gambian military. And to an extent, Honorable Speaker, the training will avail the opportunity of the military personnel to have their master's and PhD degree. That is marvelous. We'll have highly educated Gambians, military personnel. Honorable Speaker, it is noted that the training cooperation in the fields of military medicine and then medical services will also be acquired. It's an area we envisage when I'm anticipating that we'll have the military hospital to be constructed at Brikama to have that training Honorable Minister, that is a move in the right direction. I think when those personnel are trained in the field of medicine, the ministry would not waste any time to construct the military hospital at Brikama so that they can start actually sharing their knowledge and then their skill with the military and then the community at large. Generally, Brikama is going to be the first beneficiary. Generally, Honorable Speaker, it is good that we train our military to be more professional. With these trainings, I believe now is going to be very, very timely for our military to be fully in charge of our security. If we ratify this motion, it's going to add more value to the professionalism and skills of our military. On that note, honorable members, from today, we begin to show that the economic should leave this country for good. So that our men, our women, who will be professionally trained, they can avail that opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to be professionally in charge of our security at all domains, especially around the presidency. Honorable members, I think with this move, with this, hey, when the leader is talking, we keep quiet. You see, Honorable Minister, I really welcome this move. And then, as I said, it is very timely and it's going to speed up the way for non-Gambian military personnel to live and allow our men to be in charge. If it has to do with experience, technical know-how, now they are going to acquire or they are acquiring. There's no excuse. With that, and in particularly the aspect of the military, medicine, and then medical services opportunity, I will also add my voice to ratify this motion for the agreement between the Republic of Gambia and then Turkey on military training so that we can tap all the opportunities that are embedded in the agreement. And then, as I said, to emphasize, to allow our men to be fully in charge of our security and economic also to live for good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Honorable Minister for laying up the agreement before us for consideration and ratification. Honorable Speaker, as a member of the Defense and Security Committee, I urge my colleague members to consider and ratify this agreement, this important agreement, for it will help the armed forces to get its personnel well trained and be very well representing our own national security across the country. Turkey has been a very cooperative partner and a very useful and helpful partner who have the capacity and the ability to train our men to to be well equipped and to be well professional in all their activities that they are doing. In doing so, as alluded by the members that have spoken, I'm urging my colleague members to consider this and ratify for the best interest of our men. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East. Now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabigi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Minister for Defense, for bringing this before the National Assembly. I will just disagree with the Minister in his preamble where he said this agreement is balanced. In my opinion, this agreement is not a very balanced agreement, because we always said this: we want to make our military to involve in agriculture, to also involve heavily in construction, as it is happening in other countries. Military are heavily involved in construction, and by way of that, those governments are saving a lot of money because most of these contracts are given to the military. Now, if this agreement, Turkey, which is known for its good construction industry, we made this very progressive agreement with them. No area is centered on construction, military construction. We have our military engineering unit, but they are not capable to execute certain road construction and certain engineering works. So if you ask me, we could have make construction part of this agreement, and agriculture. I heard the Minister of Agriculture this morning talking about agricultural battalion. If you are establishing agricultural battalion, and you made this progressive agreement with countries like Turkey, there is nothing related to agriculture. So that's why I say the agreement is not balanced. And we have to be very, very frank. If you compare our military industrial complex structure to that of Turkey, we will discover that we are dwarfed. So if you, by way of that, you look at classified information sharing, we have to be very, very careful of classified information sharing with a giant military country like Turkey, because Turkey is part of those countries that have heavy and a very powerful military. So therefore, there is some discrepancy between the two military industrial complex structures. So the sharing information like classified documents and material, we should be very, very, very careful of that. Now, with regards to training, I'll go back to what I said. I've seen military, doing PhDs in military science, doing master's degree in military science. This is a country, let's be very frank. Our military budget, if you look at the cost of a jet fighter now, is 85 million US dollars. We cannot afford a jet fighter if we are not donated. If you look at the cost of warship, is $1.2 billion. We cannot get this if we are not donated. If you look at the cost of a single tanker, and this country doesn't even have a single tanker, the cost of that is 225,000 US dollars. So therefore, we cannot prepare our military for war. Our military is not capable to do war. Let's be very, very honest. We are not capable to do war. The only thing we can enhance our military is in construction and in agriculture. Looking at our land size, looking at our population, looking at our terrain, we are not fit for war. We cannot fight a war. So let's not be training our military, preparing them for war. Let's just prepare our military to do agriculture and also to do construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabigi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ol Yundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was supposed to be on the floor first, I think. But first, I think I have to thank the Minister for Defense for bringing the agreement in National Assembly for the consideration of the members. And I think I also have to join my colleagues first to appreciate the content of the agreement. So far, I have not seen anybody who has any objection to any of the clause contained in the agreement. And therefore, I think it's on the right path. And on section 4, when I went through the agreement, I think, like the member for New Councillor said, all the points that are noted on the agreement are more of the things that benefit Gambians more than the Turkey. And I think the agreement entirely is Gambia benefits more than Turkey. I will stand to say that. The Gambian National Army, as the Minister for Defense know, that in recent years, I remember soldiers are recruited to be part of the army, even with a grade 9 certificate. And some will go with at least grade 12 to become cadets or what. But the job training was lacking completely. So I think this is one of the areas the agreement is going to take care, that Gambia National Army personnel will go on the job training to acquire skills and knowledge to be able to, man the responsibilities given to them as soldiers in this country. So I think it benefits us more than any other, more than Turkey. I have only one question, Honorable Minister. Certainly I support the agreement, but one of the things I looked at is article, I don't know the Roman figures, but amendment and review. Amendment and review. I just wanted to ask on the last page, it says each party may propose an amendment to or review of this agreement through diplomatic channels. And when that happens, I just wanted to ask, this is just a question. When it happens, because the agreement is before the National Assembly members for their consideration, whenever there is an amendment, is it going to come back to National Assembly for approval, or is just going to be, a continuous amendment through diplomatic channel where Minister for Foreign Affairs or the Defense Minister will sign, and then the agreement will continue as it is? Or are you going to bring it to National Assembly? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for All Yundum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for tabling this beautiful agreement between the Republic of Gambia and Turkey. Honorable Speaker, the Republic of Turkey has been a strong partner in training our military personnel since the departure of British Army training team in this country. But Turkey's government, I heard it from honorable member, their assistance to the Republic of the Gambia does not only confine to military personnel, but even our police force have been going to Turkey to receive training from them. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, I'm urging my fellow honorable members to try and give their blessings to this beautiful agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Turkey. Honorable Speaker, under this agreement, Turkey will give military training to our military personnel. And since the early days of or since 1997 or 1996, the government of the Gambia has established a strong relationship with Turkish government. And the main reason of that is to train our security personnel, notably the military. Of course, many of our brothers and sisters have benefited from this training. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, I would say I don't have much to say, because most of the contribution of my fellow honorable members have, of course, touched the areas that I intend to elaborate on. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I will conclude my contribution here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first and foremost thank the Honorable Minister for Defense for tabling this agreement between the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Turkey on military training cooperation. Personally, I think I will not be fair to myself if I don't speak about this agreement. How Turkey has been an instrumental partner to the Gambia in terms of boosting our security outfits here. Having been a product, I can consider myself as a product of that fruitful relationship between the Gambia and Turkey over 20 years ago, even before that. The minister has said that the agreement has started in 1991, but then 20 years ago, when I was training, the Turkish government was taking care of the Gambia Armed Forces Training School, all intakes, even before I came and after we left, all intakes that followed. Decades long, the Turkish government has been taking care of all the military paraphernalia with regard to recruitments at the Gambia Armed Forces Training School. They have hugely invested in the military that we boast of today. That I can attest to that, and Gambia should not joke with this kind of relationship. At some point along the line, the relationship severed, but we are happy that it has been renewed, and then we should strengthen it further to ensure that we derive the maximum benefits that lies ahead. I've been going through the document and I've seen 25 cooperation areas, and these are all strategic and very important, crucial for that matter, for the Gambia Armed Forces and all the security outfits. 1, 2, or 3 that catches my attention, and I think apart from the master's degree program, the exchange of education and all this on the job training units, the military historiography, archive and publication and missiology, this agreement, because this is not in existence in the army, as far as I know, is going to avail us the opportunity to explore the potentials that lie ahead, because military, as we evolve, has to retain its history, has to, for the future soldiers and personnel that are coming, to learn from how army has the trajectory that the army has taken, and to learn from past history, because there is nothing new in this world. So if we cannot keep the history in our army, it means we are losing a lot of richness in it. So to have this agreement highlight this thing as one of the benefits that it can give us, it is something I noted as a good thing. The second thing is the maritime, the humanitarian aid and maritime security operations and countering sea piracy. This is huge. This is very important for us. As we know, the Gambian Navy is going through a lot of huge challenges in terms of providing the security in our sea borders. And then there are a lot of, as we belong in this part of Africa, there are a lot of cartels that are using this area as a gateway, be it drug, be it small light arms and ammunition trafficking and all these things. So we need to boost our security in terms of our coastline. So this cooperation, I think, is going to help us to boost our maritime security operations. And another one is the cartography and hydrology. All we talk about security If you don't have a well-equipped and knowledgeable cartography and hydrology, it will not work because you use maps and all these things to indicate your targets and where you are and all those things. So these things, it's important that all these things are included in the agreement. Exchange of knowledge, document, experience on military, scientific, and technical research areas. This is important. Ministry is all about technology now. We are evolving. And then my only question to the Honorable Minister with regards to this one is exchange of scientific, technological research areas. Does it have to do with development, those research things? Because what we need in Africa as of now, as the Gambia we are moving, we need transfer of technology. Not only to do research, but are we gaining transfer of technology from them? So that at least we cannot manufacture certain light weapons, but when it comes to manufacturing bullets, the armors that are used, you know how much expensive armors are. And then one of the critical factors that is needed in training is ammunition. Now, sometimes back, Army cannot engage in proper training, conduct of rehearsals, refresal training because of the shortages in ammunition, because ammunitions are expensive. So to alleviate this suffering, this transfer of technology to at least be able to manufacture our own armors, be it Blanco or life plates, because these are the jackets are reusable, you know, Honorable Minister. They can be reused. So that technology is not a big, cost-effective technology. So I don't know whether it can fit in this one, where Gambia also can access at our own level to make our own reuse our bullets as we go, so that we can give our men more training, you know, more exercise in terms of marksmanship and other things. Yeah, the field of communication is also part of the agreement. You know, this is crucial. You know, it's sometimes in all units. What we know, modern technology, militaries or security outfits don't depend on private security for communication. They have their well-equipped communication sets. This is not the case as we are now. And even the military outfits now are using these mobile phones to communicate. This is insecure. And the networks are not dependable. And in one of our rounds and on our tours, we are told that sometimes even the Navy boats get lost. They cannot communicate with the base because of lack of communication. So I think this thing is something to be explored to ensure that Gambia, through this agreement, we work on these challenges, because security is all about communication. If communication outfits are not working, then we are not doing anything in terms of providing security. So I think this is something, and cyber defense as well. So this is something I'm very pleased to see here, and I believe that the ministry, after ratifying this thing, would make haste. They say make hay while the sun shines, so that the agreement did not carry dust. We explore all the potential areas, all the opportunities that are abound in this. We explore them to ensure that we benefit to the fullest. You know, because sometimes it's one thing to sign and ratify it, but sometimes some of these agreements, the other partner might not come and tell us, we're going to provide you just this. You know what your priorities are. Let's go for it. Let's not just wait until when this document was signed 2 years ago. It just come to the parliament and to be ratified. And after ratification, we wait until 2 years, 3 years for them to start pursuing some of these opportunities. I think it should be in earnest. We should work on it so that all these opportunities we stand to gain. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talending Kunya. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the Minister for coming up with this very important agreement. I believe we've ratified something like this in 2021. which was relating to something like 1.6 billion that Gambia should provide to Turkey. I know that was not the only amount, but we are supposed to do that so that we'll be able to acquire some military equipment, modern military equipment that will be effective for us to participate effectively in peacekeeping operations. So that also we could maximize the gains that we do or we earn through such military operations. So, Honorable Speaker, it looks like this agreement also is related to that one. That is to create opportunities for our personnel to have capacity training as well as academic training, which is really urgent for us. Honorable Speaker, the world is already in crisis. We all know that in Africa alone, it's over 15 countries that are already in crisis, security crisis, and it's increasing every day. And these crises are sometimes not of their own making, but they just come out of the blue. So I think it is quite up that we prepare ourselves as well. I hear the member for, I don't know, Latrikunda Saviji. Kind of funny to me to say that we should not prepare ourselves. We should prepare ourselves for only agriculture and construction. But I think that is out of play. Because if you have not prepared yourself and then you are attacked, what do? You have to defend yourself. So you must prepare yourself to defend yourself, not to attack other people, but to defend yourself. And that's what we are trying to do here. Honorable Speaker, this crisis, we know of terrorism, which is taking place at our doorstep here. Mali, in Burkina Faso, those places are very close. So also, if we got into some of those crises, sometimes we fall back to other countries in Europe to help us. But it is those countries now that are also in crisis. The Ukraine-Russia war has involved the whole of Europe virtually, and the United States. And these are the countries that we fall back. So they may not have time to come and support you all the time. So it's better you prepare yourself. Honorable Speaker, I only have few questions. The member for Nyanija was trying to help us to say that the Defense Committee is satisfied with this. So I'm surprised how the Defense Committee is already satisfied when the thing is not even laid before us. Have you had a meeting? Have you discussed? Have you raised questions? Are you satisfied, really satisfied? If you are satisfied, then that's fine. But the Honorable Minister, if I hear you well, said that all the cost is going to be taken care of by Turkey, if I hear you well. But if you look at financial matters on page 9, you can allay my fears. Bullet point 1 is saying the sending party, I believe we are the sending party, shall be responsible for providing pay, allowances, salary, board and lodging, transportation, and other financial rights of guest personnel and guest cadets assigned for the conduct of training activities under the agreement. If you look at 2 also, he's saying, upon request by the sending party, the receiving parties shall decide about the guest personnel and guest cadets appointed for training and education, whether the following issues will be met and which conditions are necessary for those issues to be met. So if you look at this
Honorable Member, can you refer us to the page?
It's page 9, financial matters. And if you move to the next page also, it's saying for the guest personnel, then it goes. Monthly salary, transportation expenses, training and education fees, dress, shift pay, board, lodging, and all this. So it's not clear from the writing that the receiving party is actually going to take care of everything. So we must prepare ourselves that we also must do some budgeting here to take care of our people. It is not good to send our people outside and depend on others completely for everything. We must also take care of some other things. I'm happy with the area where it comes to settlement of disputes, because each party can come up with a proposal to change. The same as review and amendments, you can always change that. But these are some of the concerns that I have, and if the minister can clarify that, then I'm also, based on what the Nyadija member have said, that the Defense Committee have already discussed this and have agreed. That,
point of observation, Chair, Speaker. Yes, you have been repeatedly saying the Defense Committee. It's not the Defense Committee. You are misrepresenting his statement. He said the Defense Chair. He consulted the Defense Chair. I am a member of the Defense Committee. We have never sat on this. I'm just in it for the first time. So he said he consulted verbally Defense Chair. So please.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I did not record him when he was speaking, but I believe he mentioned the Defense Committee and the Defense Chair. Yes. But if the chair is representing the committee, then I think we take it that the committee has made over the matter. I don't think the chair will be satisfied without having any meeting with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Numi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Defense for bringing this important agreement before this August Assembly. Honorable Minister, we have no doubt in your capability and your proactiveness to bring our military into standard. So thank you so much for all what you are doing. Well, like, as it was said by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabegi, I somehow concur with him, Honorable Speaker. You see, like, we tried the self-sufficiency through Gambian people, through farmers, through private sector. We are unable to achieve it. So I think there is a need for the country to explore and involve military into agricultural production. Probably we may be able to meet our full self-sufficiency. As it was said by Honorable Member for Woolly East, the world is in crisis. Not only crisis in the form of security, but we are also in crisis in the form of food security. So there is a need for military to come in, and let's also test them and see whether we will be able to achieve our goal in the area of food security. The reason why these Gamekundangas and Kasamkundangas are howling, they are crying, is because, you know, the stomachs are empty. Some of them are hungry. So there is a need for the military to come in and see how best we can help them. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is, Honorable Minister, there were agreements that were here before this particular one. So there's one I saw, which was signed 23rd of March 1999. And this particular agreement was signed since on the 17th of March 2021, almost 2 years now. And in the agreement, you can see that, you know, the agreements shall remain in force for a duration of 5 years. Almost 2 years has already elapsed, you know. So why the delay, you know, of bringing this before us for ratification, you know? So this is what I really wanted to say, Honorable Minister, and thank you so much for bringing this important agreement before. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Opanyumi. I now invite the Honorable Member for BANJUL South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like my honorable colleagues have mentioned, I think this is a good initiative because we really need and deserve a well-trained, ethical army. Honorable Speaker, from what we have seen, I will personally give my support to this. It was signed since 2021 and must have been probably shelved because the former minister, Sheikh Omar Faye, signed this as it is stated in page 12, done in Ankara on the 17th of the 3rd, 2021. It's already been 2 years. Honorable Speaker, I personally, the reason I'm supporting this, especially from my own experience last week, we have a high official who was accompanied by paramilitary into an event, and that is uncalled for and lack of respect to the citizens of this country. So I'm hoping that after this training, after this agreement, with the training that our service people, the military specifically, will be given, would give them due respect to civilians in this country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, after that training, I hope that foreign military from this country would be asked to leave and have our own people, our security in the hands of our own citizens, and the security of our head of state in the hands of our own countrymen. If our own head of state cannot trust our own security, then I don't think that he deserves to be our head of state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Fatoumata K. Jawara. Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I must commend the Honorable Minister for Defense for tabling this very important agreement. Honorable Speaker, in every agreement, one should know what is in there for you. And I must commend the Honorable Minister for knowing what is in there for our dear motherland. This is why he brings this to the attention of this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, Turkey and Gambia have a long-standing relationship in terms of training. Turkey have been conducting training for our military personnel and police since the establishment of the Turkish Gendarmerie training in 1991. And this training continues. Turkish trainers also travel to the Gambia to train our military personnel and police in 2007. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia benefited a lot from the Turkish government in terms of military gears, uniforms, among others. This is why I say in every agreement, one should know what is in there for you. Honorable Speaker, coming to the educational exchange program, about 300 personnel from the police and military, along with other public and private sector, have received training at the Turkish University. This is also a very significant milestone that the Gambia got from Turkey. Honorable Speaker, coming to our securities, as earlier alluded by the previous speaker, that we should invest more into our securities in terms of training so that ECOMIC could go out, Honorable Speaker. As ECOWAS representatives in this Honorable Assembly, I think we should be unifiers. We should be unifier when it comes to Africa. These ECOMIC soldiers are our African brothers and sisters who came to our aid to rescue us in 2016, when we are all here crying that our democratically elected government cannot be into power when Jammeh refused to step down. But what is the sudden change now? Everybody is saying that ECOMIC needs to go. We should be a unifier. Much more if you are an ECOWAS parliamentarian. An African in Ghana is equal to an African. I'm not taking any point of order. A soldier in Ghana is equal to a soldier in Gambia. We approve a budget here, a supplementary appropriation bill, to help us to qualify our soldiers to go for a mission in Turkey so that they can have a military training to qualify in peacekeeping mission when Darfur is about to end. Are we treating the others fairly if we are fighting for our own militaries to go for a training to qualify for other missions? The reason why we want them to go for this mission, we want a decent livelihood for them. Why are we denying these ECOMIC soldiers that? Honorable Speaker, we need to be very sincere. Let's take politics aside and help this country to move forward. The reason why some people are even supporting this, hadn't been this thing came here around before the election, they will have thrown it out. But something that they are close to the door now, they will support it. But we are still stronger. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, ECOMIC is here to stay. ECOMIC is here to stay, whether they like it or not. They came here based on the decision of the ECOWAS, when all member states agreed that they should come to the aid of the Gambian and rescue us. Today, because everybody have the right to speak, everybody have a right to behave anyhow, you think you can just talk and say that ECOMIC needs to go out. You are just bothering yourself. They are not moving an inch. They came here through the decision of the ECOWAS, and if they are going, they will be going in the decision of ECOWAS, but not any political motivation. So relax. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I submit and beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara. I now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, we have to set record straight. The agreement before us here is not an agreement to prepare our military personnel for war. The agreement before us here is not an agreement to equip, train our military personnel to come and replace ECOMIC. It's very misleading for someone to construe an agreement that this agreement, when achieved or ratified, it's an avenue to kick out ECOMIC soldiers. This hollow chamber, we should be mindful of what we communicate. The entire nation listen to Parliament. Hope of democracy rests and lies in Parliament. It's shaming and it's appalling to see ECOWAS citizens, ECOWAS parliamentarians speaking against division of heads of authority in safeguarding, in protecting, in instituting democracy and good governance of your nation. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I owe it to myself to recognize, congratulate His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan for the overwhelming victory during the presidential election. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I want to reference constitutional provision, Section 187, subclause B. The armed forces shall establish training programs for their members at all levels to equip them with skills and trade, and a program of secondment to civilian cooperation or occupations so as to enable members of the armed forces to return after their service to a full and productive civilian life.
Honorable Majority Leader, where are you quoting from?
I'm quoting from 1997 Constitution, Section 187, subclause B. In a nutshell, this agreement is a training package. It's an interstate military cooperation training package that is geared toward in fulfilling a constitutional provision that the military itself is a mandatory. We have to train them, give them necessary skills. Right after service, they can be incorporated back as a civilian with enormous skills to render services for this country. And this is just exactly what this agreement is trying to address. Not replacing economic soldiers, not preparing them for war. I'm really disheartened to see Member Flatukunda Savage saying that we are not in war, you should not prepare military for war. However, we've seen time without numbers that Gambia sent her troops to peace-building operations. When you equip your members of armed forces, they are exposed to other war zone areas. Once they have the requisite knowledge, requisite training in terms of fighting terrorism, then they are advantage of going there successfully and coming out without loss of life. So you don't wait until you are in war, you begin to train your military personnel. And these military officers, they are charged with constitutional responsibility to make sure that the sovereignty of this country is defended and upheld. They are in charge for any external aggression. So it will be misleading for any member of parliament to say that this training should not be given to them. So, Honorable Minister, I thank you for being apt. I thank you for bringing this thing at the right time. But as far as parliamentary job is concerned, it's a political institution. However, we should try as much as we can to be objective in our intervention, to make sure that we don't play with the gallery. We don't also mislead our electorate that we are representing here. Let's conscience, let's fairness guide our interventions. I thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. The Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then I thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this agreement. I definitely wanted to make no comment other than to wait for to give the blessing to this agreement, because Turkey is one of the best countries that has been assisting Gambia in various forms. So I think they are on the right track. But, Honorable Minister, for me, I don't come to this National Assembly to disrespect people or to say things based on political grounds. I am here to say things that I believe would move this country forward, and then it's the only way that we have to work towards. Honorable Minister, you were one of my favorites during your time as a State Guard Commander, and I believe being appointed as the Minister of Defense, you can make a change in our security. Positive one. We are in the second quarter of the year. I have gone round to make investigations to see so far what is happening to our security institutions and other institutions. It is very heartbreaking to know what is going on, especially in the security service. This is why, for someone to rubbish this Turkey training to say that we are not prepared for war, I don't think it's someone who knows what he is saying. Saying also we should keep this ECOWAS here because our people go on peacekeeping is also another misleading story. Because in 2017, there was no bullet fired in the country here. Why the need for peacekeeping? In Senegal, people are dying. I think we're going to table it out so that we send peacekeepers to Senegal right now, because there is war going there in Senegal. So we will send our military to go to Senegal to keep the peace there. Burkina Faso, there is a coup d'etat military government that ECOWAS is totally against.
Point of observation, please.
No, I'm not going to give you any order. In Guinea-Conakry,
point of observation, please.
The ECOWAS is not sending anyone there.
Point of observation, please.
ECOWAS is not sending anyone to Guinea and Burkina Faso, where people are dying, where hundreds have been shot.
Point of observation, please.
Why the Gambia? Why the Gambia, where there is no war, we have to keep these people for 7 years, neglecting our own securities? That economy that we are giving to the foreign forces, let's give it to our security and see whether there will be no improvement. Our securities are our security is completely dead. Nothing, even their food. I'm just from Patrolling. It's very even heartbreaking when I just visited an institution, second in command, asking me why I'm even there. When he saw my tag, I said that, well, is it that you have something that you are hiding here that you don't want me to know? And then all he can tell me, no, this is not a political ground. I said then, I don't think you are doing the right thing here. That's why you don't want to see me here. He said, no, because here, I said, I want the best for my security, and I want to visit here to know what is going on here. But the disappointing thing is, we have given command to people who don't even know what command is all about. Even me being a civilian, I can even command better than them. So this is where our security is failing. Just give positions to the right people. People go and receive this training. After when they come back, they are neglected, they are even suppressed, and they leave the security completely. Where is our security going? I think from here, we're going to table so that we send the security to Senegal. People are dying there. We need to go and protect them, just as they came to protect us. And then you have to go to Guinea. There is also a military coup there. This is a coward. If you are talking about justice, please, let's take politics out of things. Our military used to be the best military when this guy, the minister, was himself a soldier. We made records in Liberia. We made records in Sierra Leone. We made records in Eskimo. Wherever we have been going, our people have made records there. It's one of the best securities we have in this country. But because of this political ambition and whatever, we are trying to just disrespect our security. Our security is down. Sudan, everywhere we have gone, we have made records. With our little army, with our small army, well trained, very professional. Now people have been ashamed to be called soldiers. Even their food to eat is a problem, and we still say that we have to, if you are afraid to occupy that care because we think it's the ECOWAS that will keep the president here, let him just move out. We have our own security here. I would never buy that idea to say, let's keep ECOWAS here, let's go to Senegal. I think now what we should table now is security, peacekeeping in Senegal. Our people are dying there. I have relatives there. Let's go and protect them. If still we need ECOWAS here, we need ECOWAS also in Senegal. We should not waste time. Honorable Minister, I have great hope on you. I don't say things because I want to please people. And I don't say things because I want to be recognized. But I say things as they are. Gambia don't need any ECOWAS here. Let's put more resources on our security to protect our country. That's the only way forward. We cannot continue depending on others. Anytime you become a dependent, you become a liability. And that's why we're heading to. We are already a dependent, we are already a liability. Our security is dead. I went around the institution. This is a man second in command. Tell me why I should even visit that institution, because you don't want me to know what is going on there. I thought when he asked me that question, I thought he was even joking. I said, what do you have to hide from me here that you don't want me to visit here? And then the other thing about this training, I think it needs to be clear to the people who maybe benefit from this training. How do you select people who just benefit from this training? When they come back, what do they do? And then before they go, what is their package of the training? Because they come back home, they start complaining. And remember, during the TRRC, what led to the coup d'etat was people who came from Liberia were not paid their allowances. They got disgruntled. And then now people are going to Turkey. When they come back, we had the mumu. We don't have our allowances. We are not given anything. I think this needs to be clear. We had that TRRC so that we learn from it, so that things don't repeat. But it's like what has happened is not even getting worse. We have to believe in our security. Anyone saying we should keep ECOWAS here, I will tell you from here, we will also prepare our soldiers. The other ECOWAS can stay here, but the other ECOWAS will go to Senegal to keep the peace. That's my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol. Honorable nominated member, Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister and the Gambia government for taking this initiative, laying such important documents before the National Assembly to add our input in it. Honorable Speaker, it's very disheartening if a representative of a Gambian or this August Assembly representing Gambians standing in front of the Gambians to be exercising that we should not be preparing our country for war. God forbid, no ever country would like to go for war. But I think they don't even know the terms and the conditions of the military functions in the country. I believe I would like to refer the honorable member to the Constitution of 1997, Section 187, that indicate the principal functions of the National Army or Gambia Armed Forces. The principal functions of the armed forces are to preserve and defend the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the Gambia, to aid the civil authority at their request in emergency and cases of natural disasters, to engage at the request of civil authorities and productive activities such as agriculture, engineering, health, and education for the development of this country. Honorable Speaker, I think Gambians, we need to be very realistic. Not every issue needs to be polarized or politicized by just want to be heard from the public. Security issues are very important issues. They are very paramount. Anytime we have to talk about the genuinity of it and the outcome of it. What are the Gambians expect from us? You cannot be just standing in floor, taking the floor, try to be ridicule of every important sector of the development of this country. We need to do away from such a nature. I think with the case of Turkey, as previous speakers alluded, I think Gambia has been benefited from Turkey, and I think we will continue to benefit more from the Turkish. We are not preparing our men only for the war, but we want to capacitize them. We want to equip them. We want them to be more professionalism. We all are living witness from 1994 to 2016. We all know some of our military personnel, their unprofessionalism towards the civil society or to the civilians in this country was uncalled for. From 2017 to date, we would like to thank this government under the Ministry of Defense by preparing our men, their minds, to know that we are not an enemy to them. We want them to guard us, to secure the integrity of this country, not to be in war with the civilians themselves. We don't want the replica of what happened between 1994 to 2016. That's why this document is very important. To give the chance to the militaries to know their TOR, not knowing that they didn't know, but are they performing it? No, some of the trainings are lacking. So if such a nature or initiative has been taken by the government, I think we all should have applauded instead of bringing some issues which are uncalled for. The military training are not only to train them to be a military personnel, but we want them to be more motivated and innovative. When whatever training they have acquired, anytime they come back home, we would like to see that innovation come in, and they have to inject that to the rest of those who don't have the opportunity to serve in those capacities. These are the responsibility of the functions of the military duties, and we would like to see that. They did the favoritism to their other members. Not everybody will have the opportunity at a time. It hits once. But when you have it, when they go over, we will expect that when they get back here, we will see the result. It's not only that the military academic we need, but we need the innovation also. Whatever they learn over there, it needs to be back to the community. It needs to be back to the fellow military personnel. And we would like to emphasize also, the Interior Minister also be more proactive to get such a training from the Turkey. Because most of the time, the military interventions are the last results. The police are the community policers. We will always like them to be part of the community, but we want also for them to be the community management skills, whereby where the crises are, they need to be active professionalism. With their jurisdiction, they need to know how to handle the civilians. Not everything should be forces. But when people know their TOR and know their boundary, they can easily perform well without hurting the other part of this population. So therefore, my last intervention, Honorable Speaker, will be the economic. The economic. Yes, economic should be living by now. Yes, as you've been saying it. But you know what? Economic, they were here under the mandate of ECOWAS. I believe if the ECOWAS or the Gambia government feel like they don't need the service anymore, they will request for their redeployment. But we cannot be taking our security for granted. We all know that the security reforms have been going on that led us to this agreement with the Turkish. You have to exhaust what you're supposed to do before you allow ECOMIC to leave. But if anybody feel like ECOMIC need to leave, we are not ready as the government for them to leave us for now. We need their service, and still now we will continue to use their service. We all are a witness of the ECOWAS interventions in the world, especially in West Africa. Gambian militaries has been benefiting so much of this war. Nobody prays for the war. But our men, we have been benefiting such. They can do any kind of looking for favorism to get to this, how to call it, foreign missions. If those Senegals and the Nigerian Ghanaians here, we don't need them the time there was no issue. We need them when the whole world knows that. Gambia needs an intervention, but why we need them at a time? We believe that we have the militaries who doesn't have the military capacity or they don't have the professionalism to face any such a crisis. Honorable Speaker, if we allow the ECOWAS to give us the chance for sanity to prevail in this country at the time of the need, which is 2017, we don't have to do injustice to ECOWAS or to ECOMIC by criticizing their men in this country. We are just having a crisis next to our neighbor, which is Senegal. Is Gambia an island? Anything could happen. But before releasing these ECOWAS back to their base, we will make sure that this country is fully secured by our fully men and military men and women to make sure that this country is safe to be governed by our own security. But for now, we have something to deal with. We want to capacitize our men. We want to equip them. We want them to be more professional to do what is necessary in this country before ECOWAS leave. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Maimouna Sise. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for coming up with this kind of agreement. Honorable Speaker, looking at the agreement is like a win for the Gambia, and it benefits the Gambia more than Turkey. With regards to the agreement being signed since 2021, this one goes to the Honorable Minister. We were only in the second year. The 2 years that are already passed, what plan do we have to regain that 2 years? Will there be any understanding between the two countries to say, let's start the moment the first batch is sent, or is it that there is already a batch that's already been sent after the signing? That I want clarity there. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we send our men for training, but we also look at different aspects before sending. Not the ones like Honorable Sar, who are almost aging, living, to be sent and come for 1 year, that's the end. We have young Gambians who are within the force, and they are qualified and well trained. I think, Honorable Minister, I will advise you to look at those young ones and send them for this training so that they can at least be remaining in the service than the outgoing ones that I only have 1 or 6 months to go. Send them on training just to we have gone and come back. At the end of the day, they are living with that experience and knowledge. So my advice to you is to maintain those young ones. On our way coming from Morocco, I saw a young lady from the Gambia, still from the armed forces. She was introduced to me by one of the NAMs here. Thinks she wants to get her master's or what, if I am right. She's a very young girl. Captain Jalika. She went for her master's according to the NAM. So I was very happy to see the young girl at that stage having her master's from the armed forces. So, Honorable Speaker and the Minister of Defense, I also advise you to also do the same thing. Go for the young ones who are ready to serve this country, to maintain them within the armed forces, and the ones who are almost about to leave because of their friends or their relatives that we compensate to say go there and come, and that's the end. It makes no sense. So let's look at those young ones, motivate them. At least the army can change, as we are saying that we are working on a reform. Bringing those young qualified ones will definitely help the army tomorrow. So let's see what we can do with those young ones. At least they can motivate the ones who wants to join the army to know that there is now a package that can help you to be what you want to be tomorrow. Yes, we need to have engineers in the army. Yes, we need to have people who are also in the field of agriculture in the army. But the agreement is not about that. What is the agreement saying? About the training package based on A, B, C, and D. So if we are to talk about the agreement, or we want to something else from the agreement, is to at least task the minister to also go out of the box and see what he can do on with other countries to see what they can do. Like going to China and negotiate with China to see, we need our men to come to you and to be trained on A, B, C, and D. Let's talk of agriculture. We are from China now, and then we have seen, China was developed through agriculture. So, Honorable Minister, this is a tax to you. You have your men there. I know China is helping you. Go and negotiate with them with regards to your men to go there and to be trained in the field of agriculture, to at least come and give us food self-sufficiency in this country. Honorable Speaker, I think it is time now, after agreements, when agreements are being signed and then brought to us here, we all attest to it and say it's okay, we act immediately and then do what's right. The moment we do it, there will never be a problem. But the moment we sign, it takes years. We come back again to ratify, or we come back again to negotiate. Honorable Minister, 2 years is normal. It's not 1 day or 2 days. My advice to you is, if possible, try to negotiate to see how best that 2 years that has gone, how best we can have it back to see that the man that needs it they got it in the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Josuang constituency. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for making this brilliant agreement to the Parliament. Honorable Speaker, yes, Turkey has made a lot of help to our soldiers. Honorable Speaker, most members also, they said it's a win-win situation whereby we have more interest than Turkey. Honorable Speaker, the members have only highlighted the interest of Turkey's government to give to our means. That is learning skills and capacity building. But I want to question the minister on this issue. What are the advantages? Already we get little know-how on the advantage that our men are going for training, but the disadvantage of signing this agreement. And because anywhere you have seen, there's an advantage and disadvantage of anything that a man is going to. Honorable Speaker, Turkey giving training for our men is important, but there's 2 documents in my front. The other one is signed and the other one is not signed. And I'm asking the minister to enlighten me on signing one. Because already the other one is signed and this one is not signed. So I don't know whether it's a copy to the original one, I don't know. Or you want to speak, Honorable Speaker? I guess if we are dealing with the signed one, then the other one, which is on sign, should be revoked, or to better explanation by the minister also too. Honorable Speaker, if you check the signed one, yes, page 13.
Honorable Member, we have please only note the signed one. It was originally the unsigned one was sent, and it was returned for them to send in the signed one. And then you now have the signed one. Just concentrate on the signed one.
Thank you, Honorable. Then means the unsigned one is revoked, right? Okay. Honorable Speaker, if you check, yes, I have 2. Honorable Speaker, if you check page 13, settlement of disputes. May I read, Honorable Speaker? 1, any dispute arising from the implementation of or interpretation of this agreement shall be settled through consultations and negotiations between the parties at the possible lowest level and shall not be referred to any national or international tribunal or any third party for any settlement. I don't know which kind of dispute that you are talking about. We want also you to, if this agreement is only concentrating on capacitating our people, which then this, how to call it, we want you to enlighten us on this issue, on this paragraph. If our men are going only for trading, because here means that when there is any problem that occurs, you have to go in a law discussions before any international to chip in. I want also to enlighten us on this agreement better before we National Assembly members to do what has happened here. The agreement between EU and that fishing agreement that we have regret for that we are owing our Gambian people. Please give us a better understanding on this agreement before we pass this agreement, because we are not how to call it security experts. You are here with your security advisors. Give us the real how to call it content on this agreement before we pass it, Honorable Minister, because I don't want to say whereby there will be an agreement passed at the end of the day we are insult outside that the National Assembly doesn't do their homework right, whilst we are misled by the technocrat. And I don't want no technocrat to mislead me, because I'm representing my people. I will not be just to be a lip mouth. No, I will not do that. I'm here to represent my people. Honorable Speaker, yes, we have to equip our people. Our defense is important. You and I, if we are able to sleep in our homes, when our men and women, young ones, are standing 8 hours or 4 hours, escaping their shift, those ones will be respected. And again, if the minister give us a clear doubt on this agreement, I will support it. For now, I will wait the minister give us clear doubt. I am not going to sign this at the detriment of our people, our young ones in the securities. I will not do that. I will agree if the minister give us clear doubt that is good for our people, then I will support it. Because we have to respect and empower our people. These are the security men. You and I will sleep at homes. They don't have enough sleep. At the end of the day, their take home is lesser. So we have to protect our young ones. I am in support if my doubts are well taken note. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to security issues, I will support it, because I know how they are feeling and how they are suffering. But as our members says, the way they select their means is up to them. We will not determine or deter from them who to select, who not to select. But also, our integrity is also important. This, the settlement of this dispute, we want Honorable Minister to tell us clearly about this issue. And before I take my seat, Honorable Speaker, I also feel ashamed when a majority leader took a floor, neither listening to people, what people will say, but you take the floor and leave. It's a shame, because you are representing government business and policies and programs.
Point of order, sir.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
ECOWAS, I am on my floor. I am on my floor. Which order?
Yeah, it's an allegation on point of order.
Point of order. We are on the proceedings. We are on the proceedings.
Honorable member, is it point of order?
Yes, I'm really a point of order.
Okay.
I'm raising on content of speech under clause 29, 5. No member shall...
Check.
Clause 29, subclause 5.
Okay, 29 sub 5.
No member shall impute improper motive or any other member. For saying that I left the chambers, I didn't listen to them, it's not a responsibility of me to wait and listen to intervention. I went out to ease myself because of I need the restroom. So does it really mean that I have to listen to intervention? The minister is here who is responding to your concern. I am not the bearer or the mover of the motion. So this thing doesn't really stand water. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable member for Lower Salum, it's not the honorable member for Kantora's responsibility to respond to what members say. It is tabled by the honorable minister, and the honorable minister is around, and members here go in and out without these things. I think and your comments were definitely a little harsh, unnecessary harsh on him. And I think you should withdraw that statement.
Honorable Speaker, he raised a point of order. You need to preside on that point of order first before you say all this, because
honorable member,
I'm coming. Allow me to come, please.
Honorable member, don't argue. I am making. Can you sit down? He's put up a point of order. We've all heard him. I'm making a determination on it. So please, can you withdraw that?
Honorable Speaker, I won't withdraw because I don't say any harsh word. Tell me which harsh word that I said. Then I will withdraw.
You alleged, as he rightly said, that he went out, he's irresponsible, one, because he went out and he never listened. Honorable member, can you withdraw your statement, please?
Honorable Speaker, I won't withdraw because I don't say any harsh word.
You said harsh words.
Now tell me which one I said. We are on record. Members are sitting down.
Honorable member, it's not for my members to determine that. It's for me to determine. You understand me?
Please.
Please, withdraw that statement and you continue, please.
Honorable Speaker, if I'm going to withdraw this thing, you must tell me which harsh word I used to withdraw it.
Honorable member, I owe you nothing like that. What I'm saying, I've made a ruling. Can you please just withdraw those statements and we continue?
No, I cannot. I can continue on my debate. I cannot.
No, then if you cannot continue, you cannot stay in the chambers.
What for?
No, if you cannot withdraw, honorable member, please. Honorable member, don't argue, please. Please, bear with me.
We are representing people. When I was elected by my people, you don't aware anything, Honorable Speaker. You are elected by somebody. You can't get me out on this chamber like that. What for? What did I do for you? Tell me. Which I'm representing my people. Tell me. Or you want to be a dictator? I'm elected by my people. You can't be there, sending members out for what? What did I say? What did I say? Tell me. If I'm going to withdraw, you must tell me what I'm going to say. Alfana, we fought for this thing, for this government, this democracy. We fought this democracy. Where were you when we are for this democracy? Nobody will put things on pressure on Seni Jawara. No, Honorable Seni. We fought for since 2016.
Point of observation. Point of observation.
What did I say? Point
of observation.
You try to be a dictator, tell us.
Point of observation.
Honorable member.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member. Honorable member for Lower Salum. Honorable, we are guided here by laws and regulations. 1, take note of that. 2, when judgments are made, there are processes to go against it. It's not for everybody to say, I will not do this, or I will do that. Otherwise, we will not be here. And 3, you see, as you talk to me as Speaker, you don't ascribe anything to Speaker. It's contrary to the standing orders we all signed to. It's not right. We tend to put those things aside, to forget it, to put it aside for people to understand. Those things are not correct. If you are a representative of the people, do right. Yes, do right. That's all we need. For all of us to do right. So if, what I'm saying is, you made a statement against somebody. After your explanation and his explanation and the standing order, I think you have gone to the extreme by ascribing to him something that is not his responsibility. And 2, saying that he went out, he's going out and coming. How many members have gone out and come back? And he is not the mover of the motion. So the mover of the motion is around. Why do you have to ascribe something to him?
Honorable Speaker.
So no, listen, please. So what I'm asking you now is, please withdraw your statement. Withdraw your statement, please.
Honorable Speaker, you have said I make an allegation to Honorable the Majority Leader that he is not presenting this document. I said yes, but the role of the Majority Leader, all government businesses and program, he is the one who is leading those ones in chamber. I mean, take your standing order properly. What I'm saying here is, because the member for Fonyi.
Hey, sorry, all right, honorable member for Lower Salum. Honorable, we are not debating. Honorable member for Lower Salum, I am saying that the honorable majority leader did not table this motion here. He cannot respond to the motion. He can only contribute to the motion. All queries or observations will be answered to by the mover of the motion. And even there, the mover of the motion himself may be called by nature and he has to go out. We don't ascribe something to people for whatever reasons, especially if it is not correct. You are not correct. And please, please, I don't want to go into, honorable member, I don't want us to go into further discussions. Can you please withdraw your statement?
Mr. Speaker, there's no
Speaker, observation.
I withdraw this.
Observation.
He is doing all this about process car, the system of stock or whatever, then you can order him to withdraw it. But you don't have to.
Honorable member, are you not withdrawing? Somebody was talking.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I will not withdraw it.
Just hold on. Somebody was talking. Honorable member, are you not withdrawing?
No, I'm not going to withdraw.
All right, honorable members,
reference to section 21 of the standing orders. 2,
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Please.
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Please.
I want to.
Please. According to standing order clause 22(2).
Honorable Speaker, before you rule.
Yes, somebody is.
Yeah, Honorable Jiba, yes.
Who is that?
Fonyi Kansala.
Kansala.
Yes.
Yes.
With your indulgence, please.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to appeal on this. As Honorable Member had said something with your indulgence and the Assembly. Can you please hear his narration and to that of the majority leader? Then we could be able to at least see a judgment in that. Because what we are in for, maybe he's also trying to narrate the functions of the majority leader in the Assembly, contrary to maybe alleging him moving or not ascertaining to sit on business. So I am appealing your indulgence so as for him to raise his concern. Then we move on before you make your judgment, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not opening up for debate, but what I'm saying is everybody has a responsibility. Everybody here, majority, minority, member, everybody has a responsibility. But the specific responsibility for tabling this motion is not the majority leader. It's not. So the majority leader has no responsibility with the tabling of this authority. And 2, the majority leader going out and coming back is not the honorable member. You cannot refer to him as not responsible.
I don't. You are misquoting me, Honorable Speaker. You are trying to misquote me. Please. I am not saying those things.
Honorable member.
We are on record.
Somebody is talking. Who? Serekunda West. Serekunda West.
West.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I think we can resolve this amicably. These utterances you've said are not offensive. Yes, it's not his responsibility. He didn't table it. That's not offensive. Now you said, he said he's irresponsible. He said he did not say that. And members are saying he did not say that. So I don't think there's a reason for him to be sent out. Please, Honorable Speaker.
No, honorable member for Serekunda. Honorable member for honorable member for Kantora. In your statement, why you move the point of order, what did you allege?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I still go back to clause 29. When he was making a submission, he did reiterate that I've taken the floor, I've spoken. He is disappointed that when others are talking, I didn't stay and listen. Instead, I went out. Your disappointment in my side is not my responsibility. The minister is here, who is there to listen to queries and respond. So make your intervention and do not make remarks on me. It's based on that I call on section 29.5. No member shall improve.
I was trying to confirm, honorable member. He made no mention of your going out not being responsible.
No. What?
Honorable members, please.
I would not allege. Sorry, I would not allege anything. We're on record. I do not allege anything that he didn't say. What he was saying after his intervention, he was expressing his disappointment that I made my intervention, I left, I didn't sit and wait for him as a leader of government business. I said that it's not my responsibility to listen to members. I'm not here to listen to you. It's not. It's the minister. It's the minister that was here to listen to you and declare your doubts. I'm not the mover of the motion. And I have every reserved right to go and call for nation and come back. Simple.
Okay.
Observation, Speaker. Observation.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I think here the bone of contention that the Honorable Majority Leader is alleging what the member for Lower Salom have said. And you said something, he said he have not said that. I want to appeal on you first to allow the Honorable Member to say what he said and he withdraw. We proceed. Please, Honorable Member.
Observation.
I appeal that you allow the member for Lower Salom.
No, I am almost satisfied because from what the honorable members said for Kantora, in his statement when he made observation, if I have not misheard him, I heard him say that that's what he allegedly told him. But he is now saying that he has not said that. Yes,
the majority of an apology.
Honorable members, the issue is a ruling was made based on what I thought I heard from the majority leader and member for Kantora. It's not from any other member. And when the member himself now said, what he said now is that the allegation that he went out and he's not the mover of the motion. That's what he just said. On that basis, we now continue, we now allow the honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For that long marathon, then all of you are owing me an apology. Because I didn't say so. Yes, both of you owe me an apology. Honorable Speaker, allow me to come.
Honorable member, Lower Salom, please continue on the issue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are representing our people, Honorable Speaker. You allow members to express their opinions, whether it's in your favor or not. You allow members to express their feelings and their emotional. This is where we can build this nation. The heart of this.
You see, honorable member, I have told you, you must be guided by the standing orders. It's not for you to get up and say whatever you want to say. You understand me? Have I ever forced anybody not to say something? Do I prevent people from saying it unless you are wrong?
Yeah, because you send me out.
So please go ahead or you take the seat.
The entire 1.7 million or more than that government people are listening to this chamber. They thought it would make a difference because it's the heart of democracy built here in this chamber. Then whatever is going here should be transparent for betterment for our people, not for an individual. And that being that, Honorable Speaker, members talked about the ECOWAS issue here. What is ECOWAS?
Point of order. Are you ready with your debate on the topic? Point of order. Honorable Speaker, I'm on point of order. Honorable member, please, we should specifically go on to the issue. Please, your last chance, please.
I said members talked about ECOWAS issue. I said members talked about ECOWAS issue. Honorable Speaker, I said members talked about ECOWAS issue. It's a body that is governing the African states. But I have not seen no interest of ECOWAS building a peacemaker in our Africa countries. Honorable Speaker, there is no country that you will go, you find ECOWAS people living there deeply and secret laws where it happens, that state house, where you find ECOWAS people. You won't find it anywhere, Honorable Speaker. our integrity is being compromised. Honorable Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. It's bigger than you and I. Honorable Speaker, if the truth is on the decks, we see how to solve that truth. But just being a political advocate to see you are defending another side, no. That will not move the country forward. Let's be frank, Honorable Speaker. To build our own means to save us, I think it's better. What will come to, nobody knows. Today, there is a fire in Senegal today, our neighboring countries. The essence of this ECOWAS, it was in 2016 when the former president refused to go. They thought that would be a crisis. There is a peace that is rooted in this country. Nobody will put this country into fire. Let's trust our people, our own men, better than trusting the foreign people that you thought they will help you. They won't. What will come to me? Who knows it? Now, if you have problems with Nigeria or Senegal, already they know the secret in your state house. Already they know the angles to how to call it to penetrate you. Where is your defense now, Honorable Speaker? Where is your defense when those, in fact, those economic embarrassing honorable members, our citizens, slapping them, beating them? Let's speak the truth. The sovereignty of this country is lies on our hands. And this chamber will make sure we regulate it. Honorable Speaker, you can't be only serving on the political platform or giving credit to things that are not unreal.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker. Today, go to Senegal. There is no ECOWAS in Senegal today.
Yeah, somebody is talking.
Yes.
Open your me.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the
Open your me.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm here.
A point of
order.
Point of order, okay.
Yes. Clause order 29(1). Honorable Speaker, every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject under discussion. The subject under discussion today, Honorable Speaker, let's be very frank, honorable members. This is an honorable assembly. Let's be very frank. The subject under discussion today, Honorable Speaker, is the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of the Turkey on military training cooperation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you are right, but it's not him. It started a long time, and we allowed it go. We cannot stop him now to prevent it. But those who talked about economics moving away had no bearing on what we were discussing. But we let it go, and most people contributed on basis of that. So we allow him to continue.
Speaker, we need to regulate that now.
We need to Speaker, sorry.
Honorable Member Lower Salum,
If
can you
things are not
continue?
going in the right way, it's your right, Honorable Speaker, to address it.
Member for Lower Salum, can you continue?
No, please, let me do my observation, please. I beg, please, I beg. Please. No, I'm making observation to my brother. No, he's going to allow me.
Honorable members, Lower Salum, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that ruling. Honorable Speaker, they just try to interrupt me. We are here since 2017. If somebody is on track, they try to interrupt you, but he cannot do it, Honorable Speaker. The essence of this, Honorable Speaker, not trying to build our own ECOWAS people, no. But what I am trying to put across is, today, our neighboring countries, there is a fight, I'm saying. You understand? And none of this, there was no ordinary session that was called for ECOWAS to go and negotiate what is happening in Senegal today. And we are families. When 2016, they don't allow us to sworn in. They first come in. Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying, I have not seen any relevant on this ECOWAS issue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salem. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Kewa Lang Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To start with, I would join my fellow honorable members in thanking the Minister of Defense for bringing such an important document before the National Assembly for ratification. Honorable Speaker, the importance of education cannot be overemphasized. And it is on that vein that I would like to start my deliberation with a quote from John Downsney. He said, and I quote, "Education is a social process. Education is growth. Education is not a preparedness for life, but education is life for itself." So now, how do we contextualize this to the daily life of the military personnel? Military is about regimentation. Military is about training. Military is about what? Education. If we do not give our men and women in uniform the required training, the required professional background, at the end of the day, we would not be able to receive their productive level at optimal point. So, Honorable Speaker, having gone through this document and having looked at the 25 areas of cooperation, I believe the document is fit for purpose, and I believe that it will help in the reform process of the Gambia military force. And I believe that if at all the agreement is utilized efficiently, the glory days will be back for the Gambia Armed Forces. Honorable Speaker, we have great men and women in uniform. They have never gone out in missions and failed to raise the flag of this country high. So whatever we have at our disposal should not be spared to motivate them, more so when it comes in areas of training and education. Honorable Speaker, at this point, I would also like to refer the House to page 9, clause 1, which is on the financial agreement, because this is an area of concern. Page 9, clause 1, financial matters. It says, the sending party, and if I'm wrong, the minister can rectify me, I believe the sending party here means the Gambia. The sending party shall be responsible for providing pay, allowances, salary, board and lodging, transportation, and other financial rights of guest personnel and guest cadets assigned for the conduct of training activities under this agreement. But if you move further to 2, it is saying, however, upon request by the sending party, the receiving party, if I'm wrong, again, the minister can rectify me, I believe that should be Turkey, shall decide about the guest personnel and guest cadets appointed for training and education, whether the following issues will be met and which conditions are necessary for these issues to be met. And if you go to page 10, it will list it down for you, from guest personnel to salary. Honorable Speaker, it's one thing sending our men and women in uniform, giving them education, getting their morals very high, but it is another thing meeting our obligations to them, making sure that their entitlements are what? They are paid. So, Honorable Speaker, my question would be this. How do we reconcile clause 9.1 and clause 9.2? And if at all the minister can do it for the purpose of clarity, where would clause 9.2 apply? And where is clause 9.1 applying with special terms? Honorable Speaker.
Which one is 9.1?
Okay, I would say page 9. Under financial matters now, it will be 1 and 2.
Under you say clause 9. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, we can disregard the clause 9 and change it to page 9.
Okay, it's page 9.
Page 9, 1 and 2 under financial matters.
Article 12, financial matters, huh?
I'm not good in Roman figures, but I can easily say financial matters 1, clause 1 and clause 2.
Okay.
That one I can say for sure that I'm right. Roman figures, I'm not very good at that. Can I proceed, Honorable Speaker? Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at this point, I would like to make referral to what the Honorable Member for Laripunda Savage said. He raised a very fundamental issue. But for some reasons, I think his statement was misconstrued. And to back my points, I would like to refer the House to Section 187 of the Gambia Constitution. Section 187(2), it says, the functions of the army. It shall be the aim of the government and the armed forces to maintain harmony and to foster understanding between the armed forces and the civilian population. And to that end, Section 187(2)(b) says, the armed forces shall establish training programs for members at all levels, equip them with trade and programs of secondment to civilian occupation, so as enable the forces to return and after their service to a full and productive civilian life, and there shall be established an armed forces what? Reserved. Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Member was trying to say is, let us diversify the functions of the armed forces. And we have good examples from Nigeria and Egypt currently. You go to Egypt, besides the armed forces, really concentrating on their traditional role of maintaining peace and security for the country, they are also what? Engaged in the food safety net provisions. There is no harm in encouraging the minister to go out there, use diplomacy, and come up with programs where the armed forces of the Gambia also can be engaged in the productive sector of our economy. Because we all know that security will be the last thing you will think about if at all you are what confronted with a hungry what? Nation. And there is no country in this world that have developed without embarking on agriculture. So what we are saying here, Honorable Minister, is this cooperation is good. It is giving us the baseline. It is really what solidifying the already entrenched foundations of discipline and regimentation that have been instilled in our able men and women in uniform. But we are saying, let's broaden our horizon. Before in the Gambia, we used to have the Public Works Department. Right now, it is dead. The government is subcontracting everything. Everything. We have able men and women who are intelligent, they are bodily able, and they can be used in any trade. One section can be trained and prepared for any eventuality. But what is stopping us from using the other section also in other areas of what concern? I think food is a security risk. If we are saying our men and women in uniform are there to provide security, Honorable Minister, food self-sufficiency is a security risk. And we'll encourage you. We'll encourage you to go out there and see how best we can equip our men and women in uniform. Egypt is doing it. Nigeria is doing it. If you make research in other areas in the Pacific, they are also doing it. Because they know that the military are disciplined. Issues of corruption, you will not find it there. Issues of mismanagement are not there. So once you instill that drive, it will help this country a great deal to really start harnessing the potentials we have on the productive base of what? Our economy. And in concluding, Honorable Speaker, I just hope that a point of order will not be raised on me, because I want to congratulate the Honorable Minority Leader from Brikama North for really dribbling the assembly today. We all know that the standing orders are clear. We are here to deliberate on the agreement between the government of the Gambia and that of Turkey with regards to military cooperation. But the Honorable Minority Leader and member for Brikama North was able to dribble everybody and show attention to ECOWAS, ECOMIC, and whatnot. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. I'd like to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member Keba Lam Fofana. I now invite the Honorable member for Banjul North. I now invite the Honorable nominated member and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to commend the Honorable Minister for Defense for coming up with this very important agreement between the government of the Gambia and Turkey on military training. Honorable Speaker, all that have been highlighted by various members, including the member for Talinding Kunjang, shows how important this agreement is. And it's unfortunate that some members wanted to trivialize it and raise issues outside this agreement. When you look at the agreement, one would agree from 1991, during the Turkish Gendarmerie training team, that's the TGTT to the Gambia, and subsequent agreement that has been ratified by various parliaments. This agreement comes to bolster and improve on those agreements. And as we speak now, it's to formalize some of the current happenings between the government of the Gambia and Turkey in military training. We have recently received a good number of Gambians, dozens, who return from Turkey. And annually, over hundreds of Gambian members of the Gambian forces, and also now the Gambia Police Force. As we speak, the defense of both countries are working tirelessly in completing an agreement to build and help equip a military academy and also a police village training where all type of training from various cadres, from junior NCOs up to all levels of military ranks, and also members of the Gambia Armed Forces. The honorable member for Woolly East talked about what the last parliament ratified here, and about the APCs that you talked about, that will help not only to bolster and boost our military hardwares and of course softwares, but also it will serve as a resource for mobilization for the Gambian forces. Because the APCs, when the country has an APC and other heavy hardware equipment, will be able to, once they are engaged in peacekeeping operation, it will be able to earn resources, monies for this country. And when you look at the field of cooperation between the Gambia Armed Forces and the Turkish government on various facets of military training, from which also include up to the level of PhD, not only maneuvering, tactical training also, but it will help improve and mold the members of the Gambia Armed Forces in their tactical operations, and as well as help also equip the Gambia Armed Forces personnel in the area of military materials, both hard and software. And the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja indicated we have to look beyond 1991. We are in 2021, but also in 2050 or 2030. The objective of the Gambia Armed Forces is to train and equip citizens who will be able to transfer skill into the younger generations of the Gambia Armed Forces. And not only that, but they will be able to improvise some of the hardware, even arms and ammunition. They'll be able to produce some of the small one, and also light weapon also that will have. And when you look at it, it's between the Gambia and Turkey. But of course, we all understand that as the minority leader and majority leader and all members indicated, the Gambia stand to benefit more than Turkey in this, in terms of training, terms of the education, in terms of acquiring skills, acquiring the material, and even finances. We understand, we were made to understand by members of the defense force, the chief of defense staff, that most of those who are undergoing training in Turkey are in fact, to the contrary, are being financed by the government and people of the Republic of Turkey. And the chief of defense staff also informed us, plans are on the offing. The nominated member Keba Lang and others they are concerned, plans are on in the offing to create an agricultural battalion and also engineering battalion. All this cannot be possible in the absence of well and skillful training that we tend to benefit from this. When you look at clause 1 on page 2, fields of cooperation, clause 2, clause 5, you go to page 3, on cooperation in the fields of training in logistics. They also will help us, give us logistics as we anticipate. And the primary roles and responsibility of the members of the Gambia Armed Forces and the Gambia Police Force are to defend and protect the territorial integrity of the country against both external and internal aggression. And the members of the Gambia Police Force are to maintain the internal security, peace, safety, and protect the life and properties of every Gambian. That cannot be done in the absence of professional, trained, and well-trained members of the Gambia Armed Forces and the police. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. May I now invite the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and to wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to express my profound appreciation to all members of this August Assembly for expressing their support in this very important agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Turkey in the area of military training cooperation. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to take this opportunity to inform members that beside this cooperation agreement, we also have an agreement in the area of defense with the Republic of Turkey. And under this agreement, the Republic of Turkey continues to provide substantial amount of resources for the Gambia. And in that agreement too, there is a military financial cooperation agreement where Turkey will provide each amount of resources for the procurement of military goods and services. This cooperation agreement that we are deliberating on has to enhance the earlier cooperation agreement on training. As the Deputy Honorable Speaker has already mentioned, the first agreement on training was in 1991, and that also we had seen that so many amendments were done to that agreement, sometimes in 1992 to 2000. This agreement has included so many important clauses to have the training cooperation agreement between the two countries. This is specifically on the training aspect of the relationship that we built between Turkey and the Gambia, this in relation to our military diplomacy with Turkey. Honorable Speaker, in trying to answer some of the questions raised by members, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor mentioned about the issue of page 3 on field of cooperations and exchange of visits and training of personnel. And one other area was the establishment of our fine institution, training institution at Fajara Barracks. In fact, that with the help of the training cooperation agreement, then we have seen that the Turkish gendarmerie training team established that training school. And this is so far the only training school that we have currently that we conduct all our training activities, thanks to the Turkish gendarmerie training team. We also receive enormous support and congratulatory message from all members with respect to the recently concluded presidential elections in Turkey. I want to thank all members that have shown appreciation. The honorable member also mentioned about the financial agreement or the allowances, how they are processed for those who have been selected to proceed to Turkey for their training. When we send personnel to go on training, if that particular program is not on gratis, members of the armed forces do also receive their allowances. However, we have to admit at some point that sometimes we receive delay in processing or having personnel to receive their allowances before they go out there to do their training. This is sometimes due to budgetary constraint. The honorable member for Jokadu also mentioned about the issue of how we prioritize our training of our personnel. What is lacking here is we do not have most of these fine institutions in our country. We lack the military academies where we train our junior leaderships, where we train our middle command level officers, and also our senior echelons of members of the armed forces. What we do, most of this training, whether it is at junior staff courses or senior staff courses, or better still at the national defense universities or national defense colleges, while you also go through those training programs and you are also certificated with diplomas, whether bachelor's, master's, or PhD. These institutions are not available. Most of the time, we source them outside with our partner countries. But what we know that most of these academies that we send our fine officers and men, most of the time, it goes along with cost. What we have realized with Turkey, there is a great deal of understanding with what we do with Turkey, our partnership and our relationship with Turkey. And most of these programs, we do receive a lot of support from Turkey. The honorable member for Busumbala also talked about the issue of having an effective and efficient military to introduce them to recent technologies, training and skills, and also by extension to the Gambia Police Force. I want to inform the member that also we have developed a security cooperation agreement between the Gambia and Turkey with respect only to the police force, Gambia Police Force. They also go to Turkey. There is what we call the Golbase Police Academy, where they receive their police training and then they come back and then continue their work. This cooperation agreement is also out there with the help of Turkey. The honorable member for Birkama North also asked why it has been so long to ratify this agreement. Honorable member, I do not have the answers for now. This was since 2021, signed by my predecessor. I will still have to find out and come back and then see whether I can provide you with some responses. What I know that there were so many procedural arrangements that has been going on. The honorable member further mentioned about training our personnel also on the side of medical. We also have such kind of program with Turkey. We send our medical personnel to Turkey and they've been trained on because we also have an agreement with Turkey called the Agreement on Health and Medical Sciences. So we also benefit from such training in Turkey. Again, the member mentioned about having the security of our country to be fully in charge by our security agencies. Of course, you are aware, the Honorable Deputy Speaker mentioned, this is our constitutional mandate that we, as Gambia Armed Forces, we are charged with the responsibility to preserve, protect, and defend the territorial integrity of this country. This we do also with the support of our other sister security services. This is the main principal responsibilities of the Gambia Armed Forces, and the other mandates according to the Constitution is to civil authority in the area of when disaster strike, and also to engage into productive activities such as agriculture, engineering, health, and education. On the side of having our armed forces also to engage and create a battalion of agricultural unit to support and enhance agricultural productivity. This is something that currently GAF is engaging the Ministry of Finance and also the Central Bank. Already they are working on establishing an MOU to have this arrangement done. We are of the view that the Gambia Armed Forces, if supported, can also undertake that responsibility to complement government on the side of food self-sufficiency. On the area of having economic to leave this country, I continue to challenge members that this is the decision of the ECOWAS head of state and government and not my ministry. I have no authority whatsoever to ask economic to leave. I'm a member for Combo East also mentioned about the support to the cooperation agreement. The Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji also talked about the agreement not being balanced, that the military should also engage into agriculture. I have already explained our positions with regards to that. So to an extent of also saying that we are not preparing for war, why do we need to engage in such? Of course, we want to also understand that our reasons for the establishment of the armed forces is to defend and protect the territorial integrity of this country. So for him, buying military jets and warship platforms may not be necessary. But of course, the security of a country will warrant that everything that is important to support the armed forces to undertake such kind of responsibilities is key in national security. The Honorable Member for Yundum also talked about the amendment on the review, that is the clause that deals with amendment. Whether if there is going to be future amendments, whether it will be brought to the National Assembly. Of course, I think that is the procedure, but we will have to also find out what the diplomatic channels through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the legal opinions, the Minister of Justice advise on the subsequent amendment to this training cooperation agreement. The Honorable Member for Tallinn mentioned about the area of training on the side of cartography and hydrography. These are new training possibilities that have been included. And when you looked at the agreement also, there are other areas that at least the Gambia Armed Forces will be trained in the area of field of cooperation. Technology is now brought, so the chance that you have to train in these ones based on this agreement, I think is an advantageous side for the Gambia Armed Forces. Actually, what we know now, we're also engaging Turkey, at least to have some of our personnel also to be engaged in the Turkish industries, where at least this will help us to enhance the capacity of our engineering core of the Gambia Armed Forces. Of course, on the military communication, yes, of course, in the army, we use military encrypted, form of communication. We do not 100% rely on this civil communication systems. The Honorable Member for Woolley mentioned about 1.2 billion that Turkey should provide. I am not quite sure whether I got that right. 1.6. I don't actually get the question right. So I don't know exactly what you are referring to about this 1.6 billion.
Honorable Speaker, the Minister is seeking clarification from me. Can I give him the clarification? Can you allow me to give him clarification? Okay, thank you. Honorable, I was saying that in the Fifth Assembly here, we ratified an agreement where we should, the Turkish government is supposed to provide military equipment to our peacekeeping efforts, which was in the first disbursement we've done was 1.6, but it was not. That was not the end. It's supposed to continue. So that's what I was trying to say. So that when we have those equipments, we'll be able to maximize our gains, our income from the peacekeeping efforts. That's what I was saying.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, now I got it right. This was the provisions under the Military Financial Cooperation Agreement that Turkey would provide an amount of resources for the procurement of military goods and services. And under this, Turkey would support our desire to contribute to the international peacekeeping operation, United Nations peacekeeping operations. So that was the disbursement that was done. I think the amount was about 100 million Turkish lira. This was in respect of that. So the other question raised by the Honorable Member for Woolley was whether this agreement would be fully funded by Turkey. I was not referring to that. What I was saying was the 500 GAF personnel that were airlifted from here to Turkey on peacekeeping and other capacity building training. That program was estimated at 3.5 million, and the Republic of Turkey provided all the resources. Gambia did not pay for that. The Honorable Member for Fonyi Diarol also mentioned about economic. I have already provided a response on that. Gambia Armed Forces will continue to maintain their mandate based on what has been spelled out in the Constitution. As for whether GAF will deploy in Senegal, I don't think I have any comments on that. Yeah. Okay, the Honorable Member for Joshua also mentioned about the agreement of 2021, which was signed, and then the delay. I think that also I'll provide answers, and also encourage that GAF should send the young ones for this particular program. We will continue to do that, citing the example of the junior officer captain who was sent to do his masters. I want to indicate that GAF has been, taking the great opportunity offered by Turkey and many other partner countries, and we do send our fine officers to go out there and then, have this training. And not only officers, also it applies to the other categories of rank, across the board, length and breadth of the armed forces. Suggesting also we should engage China. Recently, we've been invited by China also to join the China-Africa Peace and Security Forum. This also was done virtually. We have engaged ourselves in that forum. And now we are working with the ambassador to also have this opportunity to forge at least some form of cooperation agreement with China. The Honorable Member for Lower Salum mentioned about the disadvantages of this agreement. I do not see any disadvantages that this agreement is going to bring. But then, apart from enhancing and then uniting the two militaries in the area of military diplomacy, and also the support, enormous support we are going to receive from Turkey, aside that there is no problem. In the area where dispute may arise, of course, in any bilateral or multilateral engagement, these are clauses that you will always find. But I think this has been studied very well, and justice has been done to this by our legal experts and also our technicians that were handling this important cooperation agreement. Honorable Speaker, I think that is all I have, and the rest is just to thank the other members who have definitely expressed the desire to have this cooperation agreement ratified between the two countries. Once again, I want to thank Honorable Speaker and all honorable members for giving us the support to have this cooperation agreement finalized. On this note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Defense. And we thank you for ably tabling your motion, and of course, addressing all the issues raised and concerns of honorable members. Thank you very much. And honorable members, though not controversial, it enticed members to partake in the debate. And the debate was very rich. Honorable members, thank you very much. Now, honorable members, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do ratify the agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Turkey on military training cooperation. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I think we have one more item on the order paper, but I'm informed that it's already gone, it's almost going 3 o'clock, and then we will break off and then go for lunch and prayer, and then come back in an hour's time. Am I right? Honorable majority and minority and members, 1 hour's time is almost 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we all be back. Is that okay? Woolley East?
I want you to allow me to move a motion without notice, with your permission.
Honorable?
Yes, I want to move a motion. I want you to allow me to move a motion. It's a motion without notice under clause 53K.
A motion without notice?
Yes.
No, but with the speaker's notice?
53K, just to allow our committee to have 1 or 2 meetings during the session. That's the motion about, because it's very urgent.
Can you say it loud, please?
Okay. Do you allow me to move a motion? I'm saying I want to move a motion so that the assembly will...
What I'm saying, honorable member,
yes,
it's a motion without notice.
Yes.
But at least the speaker should know the motion.
That's what I want to... In the motion,
you are now raising it up for me to hear it. You could have just consulted on that motion, and then it will have been easier.
It's a very simple motion, really.
It's simple for you because you know it. I don't know it. I don't know what is there. Anyway, you cannot do it when we come back, or you want to do it now? Yeah, when we come back, before we take off, only you do your motion, please. Okay. So, honorable members, I think we will, but the time is okay for all of us. We are leaving now and 4 o'clock we are back. Okay? Now the House is suspended until 4 o'clock prompt.